Can you hear me now? Put a one in the comment section if you can. I'm just turning this thing off. I don't know what's going on with it. But if you can hear me now, put a one in the comment section. We'll try to fix this thing later. Put a one in the comment section if you could hear me, guys. If you cannot hear me, then I got some stuff to deal with. Hello, family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's basically all I said in the beginning. If you're just coming in, we're going to be having some fun tonight. We're going to be talking about CRI Genetics, and we're also going to be talking about some of my findings. I don't know how I feel about this one, y'all. I'm going to get some of you on here so we could talk about it. We're also going to talk about a little bit of my findings in relations to Kenya, in relations to the Indian Ocean slave trade, because that is something that came up as well. I'm really excited to see what this conversation is going to be like. I did want to get, a more detailed explanation of my DNA. I don't know if this is what I got, but I'm having mixed feelings about it. But I also like a lot of things about it as well. It seems to mesh up with a lot of my 23andMe, although it is missing some timelines or I'm not seeing certain things that I found in 23andMe. But I also am seeing a lot of things that I was looking for in 23andMe. So I'm very excited for that. This has been a very great week for me, because to be honest with you, just doing a lot of research on a lot of what I had found. It's amazing. Every time I get in here and I'm learning more about ourselves. I'm learning more about Africa. I'm learning more about what happened to us when we left Africa. This time I spent a lot of time researching the Danish situation in St. Croix because it took me there. And then, man, it's amazing to me. And I'm really excited to be here to share a lot of what I'm learning. And hopefully you guys are learning a lot about yourselves as well. I have to say it's becoming an obsession for me. It's not just something I like to do anymore. It's like something that I'm driven to do, to learn more about myself, to learn more about our people, to try to figure out or try to wrap my heads around what truly happened. I mean, truly happened. I don't want to. I have to be honest with you. There's an aspect of me that is really upset with the reality of being lied to for so long, or us lying to ourselves. I don't know. But I'm starting to realize that itself had been one of the problems with us as a people. We tend to want to not have to deal with a lot of our truths. We want to be lied to. Tell me sweet things. Tell me the things that I want to hear. Make me feel good. That's something that we do today. We tend to negate from things that are needed to be known and needed to be dealt with, and we focus on certain things that I guess it's our coping mechanism, isn't it? I mean, when I think about it, I'm saying it and it makes a lot of sense, and it could be the only sense to be taken from all of this. A lot of our history, a lot of what happened to us or what our people went through, I'm sure they had to put it behind them. I mean, sometimes way beneath them to even be able to move forward. I mean, to be honest with you, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of it would have been put aside or just threw away, or it's not something that you're going to tell your children about. I was watching this show yesterday, and this is when it hit me. It was in reference to it's a medium. Okay, I know a lot of people don't believe in those things, but one part of the show, the one guy was struggling with dealing with a lot of realities that had happened to him when he was a child. And, come to find out some of that stuff, what happens to you as a child, and then come to find out you can't remember it, or it's something that you don't even think about. It's basically a coping mechanism. It helps you not have to deal with your reality. And a lot of times, a lot of us have to do that, where we have to like put some things aside in our minds, and it's not until years later, or maybe many generations later, that it comes out for everybody to even be able to talk about it. I'm really excited to be here. Again, if you're just coming in, I'm trying to let enough people come in before I get started. I promise you it's going to be very interesting. Um, it's going to be one of those things where it kind of leans into something else, something that stood out for me, something that I didn't know about, something that happened on the continent that I didn't, well, I've heard of it, but I didn't understand how it impacted us, those of us that were taken to the Americas. I didn't realize that some of what was happening on the continent was, you know, a big reflection. You know, a lot of us tend to think that we all, or for the most part, came from West Africa. You know, and that's something that, you know, is in the history books. A lot of the slaves that were taken from places like Nigeria, you know, Ghana, the coast, from the coast, basically, and maybe as far into maybe Central. But I'm finding out that man, the more I research, the more I realize that there's a lot, there's a lot that we're not being told, and there's a lot that's still yet to be revealed. And some people already know these facts because they've done the research, or they've had the privilege of knowing these things, and some of us have not. So tonight we're gonna dive into something that I found out about myself, something that was quite interesting years ago. I'm gonna bring this up because it's a part of it. When the first DNA test that I ever took was with DNA Land. I don't know if you guys are familiar with DNA Land. I basically submitted my DNA to them through, I don't know which one, so it had to be the second. But with DNA Land, it gave me a little bit more information as far as, let's say, what it gave me, maybe two of my tribes. It told me that I was Mandinka, and it told me that I was, yeah, something else. But DNA Land went away. And a lot of the DNA testing that we have been doing, and that is going to change because I see 23andMe starting to give people some of their tribes. Would not tell your tribe. It just said, hey, you came from Nigeria. Or it just said, hey, you came from this place, or, you know, that place in Africa. And I knew a lot of our brothers and sisters that we have spoken to here on this channel would say to us, well, that just tells you come from here. You know, Africa is a continent, and there's many countries, and there's tribes, and in those tribes there are, and that right there, when they said that, it was like, yeah, yeah, I see that now. I see what they were saying, and it makes a lot of sense. And it, for me, it's not really that important, but I think all knowledge is fair knowledge, and I think that we have the right, even though we were taken from the continent many moons ago. I think we still have the right to know exactly, you know, what that was, and what the position and where we are positioned today. Since it is something that our brothers and sisters lean upon, it is something that I would definitely like to get more understanding of, this tribal thing and how it impacts us as a people. And would we be able to? I have to tell you something. I never thought in all the days of my life that we would be able to come this far, where we would know what people we came from the continent. I am living in a time that I didn't think was possible, and it's funny. It was way beyond my wildest dreams, and I'm really on edge about what our children will have access to. I'm sure it's even going to be more. They're going to have more knowledge and more understanding, and even more of a connection than we do with the continent and our brothers and sisters on the continent and across the world, not just on the continent. So I'm hoping that that is the direction that this is going to take us to. One thing I will put in your minds today is this happened to me as well. This week, I've really been trying to not be as sentimental about certain things in reference to, you know, our genetics and all the things that happen to us as a people as far as other nations. And the reason I say that is because I've stopped myself from learning certain things, or I've closed the door, or you know, the window of opportunity to really take a look or dive in to really look at how things could have happened, should have happened. Now, the outcome is still the same for me, based on all the research that I have done and understand. A lot of the European DNA that I have came from the slave trade. It came from around that time. And this right here, this DNA test that I took, I mean, it's just amazing because it actually gives you a timeline, somewhat like 23andMe, but more so really breaking it down in some ways to give you an idea of, when and how things happen. So I'm really excited to share this with you guys. So, before I get going, I would like to ask everybody that's on here. I see it's 17 people. I'm getting lots of love. I don't know. It seems like you disappear and people just leave you behind, but that's fine. Share this video, please, so we can get more people on. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And I do want to welcome my new subscribers. I see that I have quite a few subscribers that subscribed. You are welcome. This is Bijoux Noir, and you are now family. So what we're going to talk about today is a couple of things. We're going to start with the DNA. My findings, and I have to say, I'm gonna let some of you guys tell me what you think on this one, because it's a lot. It's a lot of information, and I'm really it's like I'm kind of like, can we really trust it? Is this stuff? Is this truth really coming to us right now? Is this, or is these people just marketing and making money off of us? But I have to tell you this. What I'm finding on here, I have found in other places. Like it's resonating with a lot of what I found in 23andMe. It's resonating with what I found in Ancestry, and definitely resonating on what I found with African ancestry. So that being said, I do want to share something. On this, I said something about tribes. So one thing that stood out for me before I start sharing this screen is I found out some more of what my tribes are, and I'm starting to feel like this is really amazing. I think I knew that I was a Yoruba because that keeps coming up. Shout out to my Yoruba people, and I kind of figured that, and so I've always been very confident about that because everywhere, I think that was one of the first things, and always is one of the things that stand out for me. I know that going back millennia, I'm connected to the Khoisan people, the Bantu people. So that being said, I'm very confident about that. But yeah, there was still that, okay, what about the other countries? How am I connected to them? What are the tribes? And so I think I'm getting closer, guys. And I think that just means that a lot of us are getting closer to realizing, and I'm very excited about that. So let's start with what I had learned, just so we can put the pieces together. I know maybe a year or two ago, I reached out to you guys and I let you know what the findings were with African ancestry. So this is the layout for African ancestry. It told me that I had the Fula people living in Guinea-Bissau, the Mende and Timne people living in Sierra Leone, and the Kru people living in Liberia, which is all good. So, but the African ancestry only represents my mother's line. Because I'm a woman, they could not give me my father's line. And I don't know I don't have a brother, or my father passed and I didn't really know him. So I don't really know who I would be able to get to take a DNA test to figure out what my father's side is through African ancestry. So I'm good with this. This is more than I knew. And you see the date on here, December 8, 2020. So sometime in December, I had an idea, and this was amazing and a little upset. I was upset. You saw the video. If anybody saw that video, there was some crying because I did not want to, or I felt really uncomfortable being affiliated with the Fula people because of the slave trade, because I've heard so much of their involvement in the slave trade. But I want to apologize to my Guinea-Bissau people, because from what I can see, you're living very peacefully right now with the people in Guinea-Bissau. So my Fula family in Guinea-Bissau, keep it moving, keep it going like that. I'm very proud of that. It just broke my heart at first to find out that I had the DNA inside of me that had something to do with what I consider to be one of the biggest atrocities in this world, slavery. So that being said, I want you guys to keep these in mind: Fula, Mende, Timne, and Kru people. So Very interesting. So that was back in 2020 with African ancestry, and I was happy to have it. It has kept me going all this time. So that being said, let's go ahead into. And I want to say hi to everybody that is here so far. I'm just, I really never get an opportunity to say hi to you guys. But I really want to thank you for coming through and being hey, just being here to walk through this thing that I'm going through, this obsession of mine with DNA. Really excited about it, and it's not just about knowing my DNA, y'all. A lot of what was taken from us was our identity, not just our identity, but our language. Um, our ability to know ourselves. And it's funny because I thought that, and I always say this on this channel, I thought this was a situation that only affected those of us that was taken until, in this transatlantic slave trade. But trust me, there's a lot of people impacted on the continent as well. A lot of our brothers and sisters tend to think they're one thing, and they're ready to, deny others because of it, not realizing that, they're not even sure and they're not as pure one thing as they think they are. So I think a lot of us would benefit from really doing the research and the homework and learning about each other and trying to give each other the respect or appreciation that we should be giving each other, as far as, understanding that there was a lot of mixing on the continent, y'all. There was so much mixing, and that was even prior to somebody coming in or others coming in and forcefully making us mix. We were moving around, we were finding new people, and we were connecting with these people because and we didn't see a problem in that. So for me, it's amazing that I'm learning that as well, and I'm learning the fact that we made a lot of mistakes. We left a lot of doors open so people could walk in and do whatever they want to do, through different things, our greed, selfishness, and a lot of bad decisions, and just fear as well, scarcity as well. There's all those factors caused us to not put in place the type of barriers that we needed to put in place to secure us as a people, internally and externally. So that being said, I have 19 people here strong. I'm very excited about that. Let me go in here and let's get started. I'm really excited. So before I do that, let's get some music. Well, I guess I can't do that with my damn thing not working. I'm really upset about that. Let me know if you could hear it. I'm trying to see if I could fix it. Let me know if you could hear it, but if you can't, that's fine. We're going to keep going. I'm really excited that you guys are here. So let me just share this screen. I'm going to get this overlay on here so we don't show you guys what you don't need to see. Let's go ahead and get this screen shared. So CRI Genetics, y'all. It's really a lot of people were talking about this. Let me tell you, give you an introduction of how I found out about it. I found out about this company through Facebook. It was these people that were really just talking about how accurate they were and how they were able to find out what tribes they were from, and it was just okay. Let's go ahead and see what that's about. After hearing so much about it and seeing so many people excited about it, and not only do they do a recent comparison of your genetics, but they also do an extended, recent being up to 5 generations, extended being up to thousands of years. So we're going to take a look at both timelines for me and see what that looks like. I'm really excited to be here and see this. So that being said, let me go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to put the invite out early because this is going to be one of those things where, hey, just come on, let's talk. There's so much going on, y'all. I know I don't come on here and really talk about as much as I could be talking about. And the reason I don't is because I'm just really disgusted by this world, by everything that I see happening right now. I mean, it's just, you wake up and every day there's like seven different things that you could be talking about. This is really a great opportunity to be, a great time to be a YouTuber. But for me, I'm really finding a lot of it disheartening, and it just weakens me, physically weakens me. I'm not even able to like profit from it. I'm incapable of profiting from it. And I think I'm like trying to stay, like I'm not trying to give it as much power. And that's probably not a good deal for me as far as a YouTuber, but it is something that I'm just really disgusted with the world and everything that's happening. I don't understand what's in the water because people are just acting crazy. So I just don't know what to do with that. Hey, Amina, thank you for joining me, sis. I don't know if you've heard about CRI Genetics, but we're about to go in.
No, I've never heard about it. How are you this afternoon, G?
I am having a wonderful day. Like I
Oh,
said,
great.
I wanted to come. I was supposed to talk. We want to talk about that toxic male masculinity thing, but I was like, I'm not feeling that way. I don't feel that way ever about Black men, but I do have to address certain things about that. But I felt like this was a better discussion, and there's something in here that I also want to touch on that's really serious. Something that I feel like we need to talk about and understand. When we look at the continent, there are factors that make certain things the way they are on the continent, and this right here has brought it to light for me. So I'm gonna start sharing now so you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and got my overlay. We're gonna go and share a screen. Sorry about the dogs, y'all. He waits. He gets his cameo every time I log in. So yeah, let me share the screen. All right. So this is I don't know if you can see it. Let me know. Yeah,
Yes,
you guys can
I
see
can
it.
see it.
Right now, all I can see is the screen. So
Yeah, I can see it.
that is awesome. So this is the platform. This is CRI Genetics, and they've been around, but more on the health side. And now they're doing analyst. They are amazing because there's a lot of more research for Black people in here. There's a lot
Mm-hmm.
more history in here, and I like the way they break things down. So let's look at the dashboard together. As you can see, you have a couple of options. And I have to tell you that the first three options are free. It comes
Mm-hmm.
with the DNA, the maternal famous people. That was maybe like an extra $10 or something for those.
Mm-hmm.
But it was well worth it. Looking at everything that I'm looking at, let's get into it. So when you look at this, the first thing you see is, are you ready for the results? Are you ready? Yes, we're ready. So let's first look at recent analysts. Now, when you click on here, I don't know if you guys could see that.
Yes.
It says, based on your latest genetic research available, this recent ancestry represents the last 5 generations. And that's key. So this right here, what you're about to look at, it only represents the last 5 generations. This analysis is based on the genetic makeup currently found most abundant in each of the scientific geographic regions with, okay, this report should closely match what your parents or grandparents have told you. So that's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this report should match a little bit of what you should know already about yourself if you have grandparents or parents that have given you information. In my case, I really don't. So for me, other than knowing that, my people come from Haiti, there was nothing else I really knew. I know that some people here in America or even in Britain, in New York, I mean Jamaica, all those other places may have more history about themselves,
Mm-hmm.
but for the most part, I do not. So I was really excited to see that. So let's take a look. If I could just scroll down, this thing is really hard to maneuver though. 2 screens. Okay, so let's look at this. The first thing it does, and keep in mind, you're looking at a percentile that tells you your genetics just for the 5 generations. 5
Wow.
generations. So 5 generations, it's giving me African Caribbean, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 38.5%. I've never seen it broke down like this before. And then it specifies here African Caribbeans, and then it says possible origins. So it tells you if you're African Caribbean, these are the possible countries that are in your genome.
You know what, Gina? You remember you told me about that ad? What is it? The ad nitor, or what is it called? It's called ADN tro
Yeah, yeah,
ADN.
yeah.
I have the same thing you have. I've found the admixture ancestry results,
Hmm.
and I have the same thing you have, like the Isan, the
Wow.
Yoruba, the Luya, the Mende.
Well, these were the people they were selling. They were, and let's, and this is the thing. The more we research, the more we're realizing there were only
Hmm.
certain groups of people that they were selling.
Right, but they were the talented people because they had a skill set. They could
Exactly.
grow rice, and
Metal workers, woodworkers,
yeah,
people,
yeah,
farmers that were skilled. Um,
metalsmiths, right?
exactly. So
Wow,
that being said, I, you see, my Eson didn't come up for me in the other one that you
it
just.
didn't.
It didn't. I didn't see it come up at
Huh?
all.
Yeah, I
It
had
didn't come up.
Spain. I
So
had yeah.
Eson people of Nigeria. Well, the
Wow.
Caribbean part threw me off because I was like, what they mean? 35%. But it makes sense. And if you look
Mhm.
at this, I want you to look at something.
Mhm.
Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica.
Right.
And when you look down here, most people that live in Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica have Angola, Spain, Nigeria, Ghana.
Wow.
And it makes a lot of sense. And it gave me an understanding of where these slaves came from that they took to
Mhm.
certain places.
Wow.
And so, of course, the Spain was
Yes.
the trader.
Yes. Because I
But
have Spain also.
yeah, that's the purpose. That's Iberian Peninsula,
Right.
right? That's
Exactly. I was just about
Portugal.
to say. Mhm.
Exactly, that's Portugal. So you see, with this, it's actually in what I like about this one. It tells you a story. It says before the Europeans. I'm not going to read all of them, but I'm going to read this one. It
Mhm.
says before the Europeans in the Caribbean was populated by the Taino, which I have some DNA for. When European colonists arrived, they enslaved many Taino groups, and it gives you the story. It talks about how
Right.
they enslaved the Taino, how they got disease from the European and became
Right.
sick, and how they brought Africans into that into those spaces, and
Mhm.
how yeah, it talks about all of it. It talks about when Haiti gained independence. It talks about the revolution. So it breaks down. It gives you a good idea of, if you find out you're Caribbean, you didn't know it, it would give you a good idea or a good breakdown of this story if you didn't know it already.
Wow.
Then the
I
East
have
Side Nigeria,
Barbados. I don't have Jamaica. I have
you have
Barbados.
okay, so that just means to say that. And another thing, you mentioned something, Amina, that makes a lot
Mhm.
of sense. You said you have Barbados. That
Mhm.
may mean that some of your people were sent to Barbados first and then sold to America, or
Yeah.
from America to Barbados when they needed to get away from America, or sold.
That's how the coast went. It went from the continent to the Caribbean and then to the Americas. That's how. I mean, it went to, they went to Brazil first, because Brazil has the largest population of African DNA, African in
Mm,
Brazil, in all of the Americas, actually.
mm.
That's what, anthropologists and
Well, they do have the most. Now,
right.
I was confused. I thought they went to Hispaniola first.
No, they went to Brazil first, and
Hmm.
then they went to Hispaniola, which
Hmm.
was, DR and Hispaniola was all one before
Yeah,
the
that was
Spanish
Haiti.
divided. Right,
Yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
Wow. So yeah, that was that. See, we're still all learning, and it's a lot, and it's funny because I was just looking at the a list of slave routes,
Hmm.
and I was just looking at what you were saying, and I also have a clip that's going to be really interesting today for
Okay.
that. So let's look at this. The Isan people, it gives you the same thing, but take a look at the possible. It says possible origins, right?
Hmm.
Possible related countries, rather. So with the Isan people, you know that they are located in Nigeria, Benin, and Togo.
Right.
So that's where you could find the Isan people. But did you just see where it says England and Portugal? You know
Yeah.
why? Because most people that live in Nigeria, Benin, and Togo have a little bit, even if it's only 5% or 2% or 3% of the of the England or Portugal DNA.
Because they were colonized by them.
because they were colonized. So we tend to share. Let me let you in there, Speedy. Welcome to the conversation. We tend to share DNA. I mean, the Nigerian, Benin, and Togo. If they're going to have any European
Hmm.
that is, prevalent or has something to do with the slave trade or around that time or around the time of colonization, it would be England or Portugal.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
In addition to the Isan, like I asked my husband today, like, was he familiar with the Isan group? He's like, no, I never heard of them before.
Mm.
But also, but they're there. They are because
They had
Nigeria has
Isan land. There was a place called Isan land.
Isan
It's
land. Oh wow.
they are affiliated with the Igbo. They're actually a subclan
Of the Igbo.
of the Igbo, yeah, family. They speak the Igbo language. They are a subclan. You see, I'm gonna tell you something. All these tribes, I'm starting to realize are like, let's say there's a tree.
Interconnected.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand the breaking the tribalism. Well, I know who started the tribalism, but when people start to extract to the idea of, oh well, that group, this group. No, y'all all one. Y'all all
Yeah,
interconnected.
yeah,
Do y'all
yeah,
not understand that?
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry to interrupt.
You're fine. You're fine. So now, Speedy, before I go on, welcome, my brother. What do you think about what we're talking about? It's I'm gonna go a little deeper. I have a couple of clips. The conversation's gonna go into something else a little, but it's gonna stay within the same line. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Gina.
You're very welcome and welcome.
Yes, I'm happy to be here, and greetings to Sister Mina.
Good
Uh,
evening, brother. How are you?
My
I'm
brother.
fine. Well, this platform is very important, Gina. I think you should not be gone for so long anymore.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm working on it. Trust me, I'm working on it. I just want I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell you something, SPD. I'm just getting my house in order. Um, putting in some things in place where I could then focus on, what I want to do, which is YouTube. But
Okay.
I think I'm almost there. I'm almost done. I was getting a lot of things done. Um,
All right. Yeah. It's so welcome back.
thank you.
Uh,
Thank you.
yeah. So yeah, it's a very interesting topic, and that's why I tuned in, and I always like when people talk about that. And something that caught my interest in the from what you've shared on the screen is Luya in Kenya, because I know the Luyas,
Yeah.
and
Oh, okay.
if, yeah, I know the Luyas. I have I know people from there, and something I came to realize is that they are the among all the Kenyan tribes or East African tribes, I think they are the most similar to West Africa.
Hmm.
Wow.
And
Oh,
yeah,
wow. Oh,
yeah.
wow.
In fact, yeah. In fact, there's I don't there's an article or I saw somewhere that was talking about how they migrated. The Kenyans also believe that the Luyas probably came from Central and West Africa,
Hmm.
and they came up to Kenya. So it's very interesting to see that, and even from their names,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
me being an Igbo, you see that some of their name especially, and it's so interesting that I found out that the relationship that they have, especially with the Igbos, in terms of I don't know, maybe
So
there's a
they're
connection.
also connected to the Igbos.
Yeah, that's something I came.
Wow.
Yeah, because the names, I found some name. I'm just wondering, like you go to their, you find names like Chimano, you
Yeah.
find name like names that if you don't know that this person is a Luya from Kenya, you
Hmm.
might think this person is an Igbo person.
Oh my goodness. So you
Wow.
see, it all comes out in the wash. We getting it together.
What,
Yeah.
what about the Isan? Are you familiar with the Isan?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, the Ish. I think they should be the one we call Ishan. Ishan.
Ishan, yeah, Ishan, yeah.
Ishan. Yeah, we call them Ishan. They are in present day Edo State. They were an integral part of the Benin Empire, but
Mm.
so they are still under the Benin Kingdom right now.
Oh,
Although Benin does not mean it's one dialect. That's what people don't get. Benin is not one. Edo State in Nigeria has so many um, tribes.
dialect.
But you
Oh,
see, yeah, dialects. But you see now the Benin Kingdom expanded and put, what they usually do, I think in those days, the Oba of Benin usually probably send like a representative or, like a sub chief, like a sub king or something like that
Wow.
to those places, and they make that place part of the Benin Kingdom. They even went as far as some places close to Igbo land, a place called Abo, and the Owa Kingdom. So those people, they are more, you can call them Igbo people, but because of in those days, the Benin Kingdom, when they were trying to expand, they sent quite a number of their people to those places, and it's just like what Britain was doing. Then they'll go there and now say, okay, this is part of the Kingdom of Benin right
Right.
now. So, and for Ishan, they are in the eastern part of Edo State. So that's why maybe there might be a link with the Igbos with them,
Yeah.
because even their name, sometimes you find out that you won't even know this person is an Ishan. You might think, if you don't know proper, you might think that this person is an Igbo person. So there's that link, although they have their own dialect, but I think there's a connection. There's like some kind of connection, with the Igbos to the eastern part.
And I'm happy you brought that up because it makes sense. Oh my gosh, it's like now I got to go do some. Oh, that's gonna be another discussion because I got to really get into this because to be honest with you, it's all starting to be interconnected. And this right here, I have to tell you, I don't know if you're noticing. If you agree with what they're saying here, they're saying the Nigerian, the Benin, and Togo people basically if you go and you do DNA on these people, they all tend to have England and Portugal, some percentage. Now, is
Mhm.
that now was England or Portuguese ever? I guess
Yeah,
England definitely colonizing that area, and I guess
Portugal and
yeah,
England. It was
yeah,
yeah.
Portugal first, then England, then
yeah,
France.
So it makes sense. There it is.
Hmm.
It's right there, and
yeah,
it's telling us. And that's
exactly.
possible related countries of origin for the people, the Nigerian Isan people are, I mean, for the Isan people of Nigeria is Nigeria, Benin, Togo, and England and Portugal because and it's I'm happy because most Africans from the continent that I see do DNA tests, they'll have
Hmm.
like 0.5% England or
Really?
Britain or 0.5% Iberian Peninsula, and I'm like, where are they getting it from?
Hmm. That's where.
Colonization
Exactly.
from slavery.
And
Yeah.
the Portuguese, I think there's something that I find very interesting.
Hmm.
I think they interacted more when the Portuguese came to Nigeria. I think they interacted more with the western part, the Yoruba, especially. That's why you find that most of the people that were taken from Nigeria to Brazil,
Hmm.
Right.
Yorubas. Most of, I almost, I don't know, maybe like 90% of them are probably Yorubas, and the other
Yes,
might be maybe from another few, maybe the other parts of the south. But mostly they are Yorubas, and there's a trend I also observed. Like most of these Latin countries, you find out that mostly they took people from Yoruba. I don't know if it's the fascination with their culture or something,
it
but
is.
they actually took a lot
It
of.
was because of their skills.
Right.
They took people that did certain things. They didn't just go down there and just took any. They took people based on and they have it documented. Like if you
Yeah,
look at
and Angola.
they were looking for people that knew how to grow certain things, or people that knew how to work with metal, or people that were carpenters. They
Right.
wanted people that were skilled.
Yeah, 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 and it's just the same way you find. Uh, yeah, I think that should be one of the main reason.
Yeah.
Then I think they also took a lot of people from Angola, but
Yes,
the
they did.
Yoruba,
Yes, that was one of the first place, Central Africa.
yeah,
In
yeah, yeah.
Brazil.
Yeah, so and it's just fascinating. Then you find out maybe the other people like the Benin from the Benin Gulf of Benin and probably Gulf of the Biafra. Now they changed. I
Mhm.
don't know. It's no longer called Biafran Gulf. It's now called the Gulf of Guinea, something like that.
The Gulf of
Right.
Guinea.
The Gulf
Yeah.
of Guinea. But you know what? It was Guinea before. The whole area was Guinea,
Oh yeah, yeah.
right?
Probably.
It
Yeah.
was the whole area used to be Guinea, right?
Wow.
And it's
Okay.
funny because a lot of the slaves that were taken, let's say, to Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, when
Hmm.
they're singing folk music or voodoo music, they always reference Guinea
Wow. I didn't know that.
because
Exactly.
that's what they remembered it was.
And
Yeah.
the English, they were so much interested from what I was also, because I was doing this with a friend recently. We were just talking about it. Then, because we all share the same interest, to know about all that, then you
Hmm.
find out that mostly the English went so much with taking people from the Biafran Peninsula, which is the Igbo, the Bibio, the Efik,
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah,
in Nigeria.
You have
Then,
that, Gina, don't you?
yeah, I have that fic on, but it didn't come up on here, and that's why I say some of these places they only pull up certain lines.
Right.
yeah,
But they didn't pick up my Cameroon, they didn't pick up my Congo or my Angola, but
Hmm.
23andMe did. So
Right.
you see, it depends on how, like, it depends on what people they've been able to test. Like they,
Right. That's very important.
like, I think 23andMe may have tested more people from certain parts of Africa where these people only test, I think it depends on what they have in their database based on
Hmm.
what they're, so I don't think, and that's why it's important. It's sad because a lot of continentals don't have access to DNA testing. I mean, who could afford that crap? And those that do
Right.
probably don't. But if more people got DNA tested from the continent and off, we would be able to connect. I promise you, I found a
Absolutely.
cousin from Nigeria, and we've been talking on ancestry. And I
Hmm.
asked him what his DNA was. He said it fit people. He said, and we are connected by 5 generations. So
Wow.
5 generations, and because we, the descendants of enslaved people,
Hmm.
were they were breeding us like animals.
Yeah.
We're
Intentionally.
not
Yeah.
gonna have, like, our brothers and sisters on the continent may only have 1 or 3 or 4 lines of different DNA. We are gonna have at least 20, 30, 40. You don't
Yeah.
know
Because
because
we were intermixed with so many different groups.
exactly.
exactly. And you notice the migration. For example, the Igbo,
Hmm.
they just have a lot of. I'm also trying to observe, understand it, because in Kenya, I know a name like in a tribe. You know the Kikuyu tribe. I don't know if you've heard of the Kikuyu.
Yes. They're
Yes,
in
yes,
Kenya.
yes,
Yes, yes, they are the largest tribe in Kenya,
Right.
and I think the Mau Mau rebellion that fought for their independence. Most
yes,
of the fighters were Kikuyus, right?
yeah,
So
Right.
yeah, yeah, and for example, the Ngige, there's a name called Ngige, Ngige. That is a name in Kikuyu,
Hmm.
and that is also a name in Igbo. That is the name of a person. In fact, the present minister for um, is it education and all that? His name is Chris Ngige, and he's
mhm,
an Igbo man in Nigeria. Then, if you go to Kikuyu land in Kenya, you find also people are answering the same name Ngige.
yeah,
Then, not just that, several names. So you could see that the Igbos, although they've always believed that their tribe has always been like a migratory tribe, and there are some
Hmm.
people that agree, some people are debating it, but there are more evidence to show that there's definitely a migration from, probably they believe it's from Egypt, then through Sudan, then through East Africa, then through then all the way to the
mhm,
present place where they are right now. But I believe that in that migratory part they definitely left some
yeah,
maybe yeah, some of their influences around or something. Because even if you go to the southern part of Africa, like Zambia, Zimbabwe,
Hmm.
you find people with the name starting from Chi, Chi, Chi. And that is something that almost every Igbo name, like 70% of Igbo names,
yeah.
or let's say 60%, have the Chi in front,
Wow.
CHI. So
Yeah.
Wow.
it's just interesting.
Yeah.
It's
It is.
really interesting, and I think it's really our responsibility. I mean, they put us apart. Are we going to wait for them to put us together again?
No, I hope not.
And that's the part, it's our responsibility to make sure that our children have more understanding of themselves than we do. It's our responsibility. It's nobody else is going to give us this. We're going to have to build our own fence and build our own walls and create our own timelines and do our best to put in place what was taken from us or put apart from us. It's our responsibility. That's the only work that we have. Everything else is not our business, and that's the problem. We sit here, and it's funny because I was sitting here thinking about how we fight. We're fighting trying to get in everybody else's buildings and everybody else's rooms, and we're trying so much to be a part of. And what we're not focusing on is, just focus on what was taken from us. Let's get all that. Let's do that. Let's focus on our truths, our facts, our history, what we did, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
You know,
And
it's interesting, Gina. I have a lot of what you have.
wow, I'm telling you, we're all related. I'm
Oh
telling
yeah,
you that
definitely.
they went into villages, they took whole villages,
Yeah,
they took whole families. They didn't take the families and put them all in one place. You were in one place, I was in another. You could have been in, I could have been in Haiti, you could have been here. you
right.
you know and what kept, and it's funny because that's how you know something greater, something so much greater is involved, because you see, the one thing they couldn't change, they took away our memory, they took away our understanding of our culture for the most part. And some of those of us that did understand our culture, like places like Haiti, they kind of perversed it in some ways and made us, made us feel like it was just us. But one thing they could not change is, you can't change DNA. Shit, you could go into the bones of people that died millennia, and the DNA is still going to speak to you.
True,
And
true.
and that's the part. So let's not be mistaken. A lot of us tend to shy away from it. Don't trust it. Trust me, these people have everything they need to know about you. From the time that you're born, your DNA is taken.
Right.
You don't get to leave the hospital until they know who you are. It's your
Exactly.
responsibility, when you're able to find out who you are. Trust me, they know who you are. They've been testing on us for a very long time. So it's important now that I
Exactly.
think this right here is giving us an opportunity to really, really find out, because I'm telling you, all the secrets are there. We're tracing our, it's like you'll find yourself and you'll be able to tell the truth story, the story of what happened. I want to get through this so I can show you guys my timeline, because once you see that, you're going to see something.
Okay,
And
amazing.
I'm really excited about that. So I know this is very interesting. Let's get into this. And please, those of you that are just coming in, please share, subscribe, hit the like button, get some more people in here so we can have some fun. All right, so we just talked about Isan, the Isan people. It's not the Isan people. I apologize, my family. Shout out to
Oh,
my family in Nigeria, the Isan people,
it's
Ishan,
Ishan.
Ishan people.
Ishan, yeah.
Yes,
Ishan.
so now I got to go find out what are their colors, what do they wear, what are the traditions. It's my responsibility to bring that home to my children,
And
and
you
it's
know what, Gina? A lot of other
to
Africans aren't
incorporate
really
that.
that familiar either. Like, you
No,
know,
you're right. You're right there. You're
my
right.
husband didn't know. I mean, he knows there are like over 350 dialects, but you know, he said there. He told me at one point. He says there are a lot of groups that still people. It's not recognized because Nigeria doesn't do
Yeah,
like census taking, so
yeah,
you don't know who's from where, and you
yeah,
don't know the dialect or the tongue people
yeah,
speak. So it's not like it's widely known, you
yeah.
know.
Yeah, and I like what you just said, Sylvester. She said now with CRISPR technology, they can change DNA. It's our responsibility to get on top of that to make sure that they can't.
Facts. Yeah.
Period. And and,
Uh,
and, and and the more we learn, and I say shout out to Dr. Kittles, with African ancestry, we need more brothers, we need more young women, more young men going into stem cell, going into
Yes.
genetics, going into DNA, going into those things, because we need to be abreast of what they're able to do, and we need to understand how to reverse it all. We need
Gina,
that. So there's no more complaining about what they're doing. It's about
Us now.
It's about us being able to understand what they're doing and how to undo it, because it's really an undoing process. We're going to be doing this with them until we understand that we have to be like one step ahead of them. Just like in school, where your family used to say you got to be one step of, we got to be one step ahead of them in this as well.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I was just going to say, it's very, I think it's important to use
Hmm.
the DNA and all that, but also there is something that I saw some African Americans in, I think in Kenya, and there's one of the lady asking, a guy, what tribe will you say I'm from? And you probably, the man just guessed Luya, and and so it made a lot of sense. But my point is this: the as much as we are doing all those testing and everything, but if you find yourself on the continent or you go to some places, probably in Nigeria or Ghana, wherever, it will not be so difficult for people to tell where they will feel like you're from.
Really?
Yeah, it will not be even without any
DNA
uh,
testing.
DNA testing. One can just look at you, look at probably the way you talk or the way your personality somehow, and will just say, you're probably from this place.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
And that's amazing. But you know what? I'm really excited about DNA testing. I'm hoping more of our brothers and sisters, if for no other reason but to help us find each other,
Mm.
and to appreciate the fact that we're all one. Because, like you said, Simbidi, it seems like there's a lot of sub clans that are really sub tribes that are really, really, uh,
yeah, especially with the Igbo is like in
yeah,
Nigeria, the Igbos. They will find that the Igbo is in a region called the southeast, right?
yeah,
But they are also in the south, the place called there's another region. There are six geopolitical zones
yeah,
in Nigeria and in the south. So it's two between north and south, right? But
mhm,
in the north, they have three regions: north central, northwest, and the northeast. Then in the south, they have the southwest, which is Yoruba, and the south south. It's weird, but that's how they call that region, south south. Uh, that is where you have the Ijaw, the Urobos, the Shakiris, and everybody.
yeah,
They are in the Ibibios,
yeah,
the Ibibios and the Efik. Then the
yeah,
Mhm.
southeast east is where you have the Igbo. But the
yeah,
southeast and most parts of the south south had historically been together. So, but
mm,
for political reasons, and after the war, they were trying to kind of reduce the strength of the Igbos, right? Because they feel like if they put all of them together,
mhm.
it might lead, they might find the
A
courage
way to fight
to
them
try, yeah,
again
to fight
They
another
again.
day.
realize that they're all one people, then they won't be fighting and they'll be
Yeah,
organizing. Because
yeah,
once you let go of all the drama, then you're able to organize yourselves and start to think, what can we do together to fix this bridge? How can we make water work for all of us? Water systems work for all of us. How could we incorporate to make schools work for all of our children? You see, the division or the thinking that this person is not my people stops you from doing things on the grand scheme. They want
Right.
you to think small scheme, because on a small scheme, what can you accomplish? Whatever it is that you're accomplishing is not going to stop someone else from coming in and taking it from you, because you're small and you're
yeah,
fighting each other and you don't think you're one people.
yeah.
Look at Uganda. Uganda just got all this gold, right? Reserves at
Yes.
the account. Africa needs to like come together and really work together to make sure that somebody don't come in there and just take it all.
Yes.
That's all I got to say. Because guess what? That's why it's important that we do our research. It's important that we dive in and figure out who we truly are. And once we do that, we're able to realize how connected we are, how much more we have in common than not. And once we can do that, man, I mean, okay, just look at the screen. When we look at the Yoruba, right?
Hmm.
Based on genetics, possible related origin. Look at all these places that in these locales have the same genetics.
That just shows that we're interconnected
Look at this.
already.
Nigeria, Niger, Chad, Cameroon, Benin, Togo, Ghana. These people with
That's
African,
all me. That's all me.
So Yoruba, you can find a Yoruba connection in all of these people.
Right. And Mali. Do you have Mali? Because I have Mali.
That I have Mali too, but that's gonna be. I think mine's is in my Sierra Leone and my Gambian. But
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you see that this
I
is
see
this.
it.
I mean, if these people were working together, how much stronger would they be?
But what about the video you had one time, Gina, where they the brothers from the Gold Coast, from Ethiopia, and another brother from, I think he was from Nigeria.
Hmm.
Um, they were on this panel and they were debating, and then there was a white boy who was from, his people came from the Netherlands to South Africa, and they were talking to him like, how can your people think they civilize anything where you left your European country to come to, and they joined alliances, and it took the British woman to try to throw a
Yeah,
monkey wrench in, because at first they were
yeah,
uniting. There
yeah.
was power,
That was
right?
yeah.
I loved it.
They were united until they made them realize you're not one people again.
Right.
And
The
that was it.
tribalism.
She
Yeah.
pointed out, oh, you guys are just chilling like y'all one people.
Yeah, well, because they are.
And
Yeah.
and that's a great example. You hit it on the spot, Amina. My sister, that's a great example because that's exactly what happens. As soon as things are rolling, they threw in a little skimmish because that skimmish keeps their stomach full, keeps their
Precisely.
situation great. They're doing that for their future selves. It's our responsibility to understand the game.
Yeah. It's
It's
called
our
preservation, right?
responsibility. Exactly. Because what they're doing, they should be doing. They're doing it because it's right to do. They want access to Africa. They want access to Africa's people because that's where the blessing is. They understand that, not just with the minerals and all of that. I'm talking about the human energy, what they gain from having us in their spaces. That's why I'm starting to realize something. It's not just about what they're gaining out the physical earth.
Hmm.
Because when you think about the knowledge and you think about the writers and the intelligence and the ingenuity, the creativity, that's human resource, and they ain't letting go of that.
That's true.
They ain't letting go of that. They want to be right there as soon as you light a candle to come grab it from you or put
That's
it
true.
out. So, and I'm not against them because hey, you're doing what you do to take care of you. I get it. But at the same time, when you peep game, what do?
Get on yours and
So
do what you need to do.
if you peep game, you got to be able to understand it's time to play.
Right.
You can't sit there and try to be one way and the other person is just self-preservation. Is if this person playing self-preservation, you could play team, you could be a team worker, team player all day long. It ain't gonna work for you. It ain't
That's
gonna work for you if it's two of you and he's thinking self-preservation and you over here thinking teamwork. How's that gonna work?
it's not.
So that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, to go back to our Yoruba people here, it was amazing because not only is this telling me that I got my Yoruba, which I was comfortable with because everywhere I go they keep saying you got that Yoruba. So not only is this telling me that, but it's also letting me know that my Yoruba could be found in Nigeria, Niger, Chad,
Hmm.
Cameroon, Benin, Togo, Ghana, and Ivory Coast. So in all those spaces, there's DNA that matches mine's. And so that means that there's DNA that matches them. That makes us one people.
Definitely.
So this was the one that took me out of bounds. I didn't see this one because I heard I had some Kenya based on the deep dive with the My True Ancestry,
Right.
but I never seen it anywhere else. When it came up on here, I knew that My True Ancestry was the bomb. But this is like My True Ancestry, where it's basically giving you in depth. So this right here says only 5 generations, y'all. Within the last 5 generations, I had someone of the, how do you pronounce this? The Luya tribe,
Yeah, the Luya.
Yeah, exactly, Luya.
Luya in Kenya. And what I found interesting in that was that you know I was under the conclusion that there was no that most of us that were taken into the transatlantic slave trade were from West Africa, or
No,
maybe a little part of Central Africa.
no,
I
not
didn't
true.
realize that we had Kenya and South
Yep.
Africa and all of.
Yeah, yeah. That's the ancestry. That's the DNA that's through us all that we aren't familiar with.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, it's not you know, so those people who were kidnapped
Hmm.
and taken and put into enslavement, you know, just human trafficking is basically what it is, as you know. They have that in their DNA, but we are so unaware of that. But now we're becoming more and more aware. Um, uh, and even like I notice even in the South, like my father grew up in South Carolina, and his great grandfather came from that he knew was born in North Carolina, but those people came by way of, you know, came by way of the Congo, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, um, the Yoruba, the Igbo, which is the
Hmm.
Isan, um, by way of Ibadan, by way of, you know, it's just Gambia, Sierra Leone,
Yeah, yeah.
um, Mali. It's just basically the whole from east to west.
And like you said, Big Z, yup, you're right, Amina. And Big Z said possibly intermixing tribal marriages as well.
You had to.
I agree.
It was forced. You didn't have a choice, right?
Yeah, yeah. You're, and I don't think, and the funny thing is, there's so many stories out there, guys, some of which I'm going to be sharing in the near future, but it's, ah,
Look
the
what you
way,
have.
the
You have
way,
Ethiopia. You have Egypt. You have Sudan. You have look what you have.
well, what this is saying is that I have the Luya people, but you could find the Lua people or the same genetics that the Luya people
And
have.
any of those.
And then you always have the little colonizer there, that because it shows you who colonized these people.
Right, exactly.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
It shows you, because most people in Tanzania might have a little England, Uganda have a little England,
Hmm.
Somalia have a little England, Egypt have a
Yep.
little England. So it'll tell you the story of all of these people that they tend to have the same genetics,
Wow.
but and they also have this European. And we know that, that the European is not. And I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna go into my Europe right now, real quick, and come back to this.
Yeah,
You
I was
see
going to
where
ask you
there's
about
that
that.
possible related genetics or origin? You
Wow.
see origin
Hmm.
included? Origin. When you click on genetics here, right? Or you
Hmm.
click on Spaniards, you see there's nothing here that says origin, right?
Yeah.
You see, look, I'm gonna go back to Kenya.
Okay.
Origin include.
Right.
Go to Nigeria. Origin include.
Right.
Okay. The other Nigeria, origin include. Sierra Leone, origin include. But when you go to Irish, it don't say origin.
No.
Polish, it don't say my origin.
Good Lord.
And then when I was watching, so I got interested and I started watching some white people take the same test, and theirs said origin. So,
Mm.
and I was like, yo, this really breaks down a lot. So, okay, going back to the Lua Kenya, there was something else I noticed. So we're gonna get into the Kenya a little bit, because I didn't understand how I had DNA from Kenya, because most Kenyans will tell you we were not enslaved, or most East Africans will say that. We did
But
not go into the transatlantic slave.
they're part of the original people. You understand?
Exactly. So, and that's exactly it, because most of us originated from East Africa. Our
Right.
DNA begins from that point. And
That's
that's
right.
what they don't get. And this is why it's important for us to understand. You might position yourself in New Jersey today, and you might position yourself, another person might be in California. Don't say that your whole, and if you've never left and you don't know, you might, oh, I'm just Cal. No, it don't mean that. many years ago, you might have started off in New Jersey. And I'm looking at it from that perspective, and I'm thinking, if that is the case, then we're all connected in Africa. And it
Hmm.
goes back to that story of originating from East Africa. It's making sense now that, that Adam and Eve story. It's making
Right.
sense that, everything originated from there. So that being said, man, it's just crazy because when I saw that, I was like, what is going on with that? But then this really breaks it down. It talks about final Bantu expansion, just like someone had mentioned in the comment section. The Lua originated from the final Bantu expansion. And a lot of people call the Bantu people the Hebrews. That is true. I saw that in the comment earlier. I hear a lot of people using that. And you're right. I do have the Limba as well. When I do my truth ancestry, I see the Limba as well. And I think they're also connected to these people. Somehow, some way, it's all coming together. So I was excited to see that. We're going to watch a clip about that in a minute. Keep in mind, the Luo people, Kenya, it's going to be a very interesting clip. Because as soon as I saw that, the first thing I typed in was slavery, Kenya, transatlantic slave trade, Kenya. I was trying to see, was there ever a time? Did anybody ever go and take those people and take? I know that there was the Persian slave trade, the
Hmm.
Ocean Indian slave trade, which is still going on actually.
Yes.
So Mende, Sierra Leone, we already knew that I had that. And the interesting aspect again is that shows place of origin, which is important. And it tells you that the people of Sierra Leone are the same as people of Guinea, are the same as people of Liberia. And they've been all, if they have any DNA in them that is not African, it's Britain, because they were enslaved by or colonized by the Britain.
Do you remember when you did the what you
Mhm.
did that about the you did a a talk about the Fulani, and people, and I said, oh, they're the same, and people are like, oh no, they're not the same, they're not the same. You are the same. You DNA, you are inextricably linked. You are.
And that's the part. Well, the Fulani come from the funny thing about the Fulani. The funny thing about the Fulani is they keep connecting to the Berbers, and they connect more so with the North
North
African.
African.
And
Hmm.
I'm not finding anything else. All I'm finding is that, and it's kind of driving me crazy because it's making me wonder. It's funny because there's a long story behind that. I really want to have a conversation about that because their origin is just a little weird for now.
Well,
What do
Gina,
you mean exactly?
They're just a little weird. I don't want to say
so
anything.
you know,
I got that Fulani, my people, but we still gotta figure out that part.
you understand that they came in contact with Islam since the 8th century,
Hmm.
and these are they are the first kind of Muslims of African Muslims, so should I say black Muslims, since the 8th century, and by the 14th or probably 13th century there,
Yeah,
about 99% of them were already, let's say, conservative Muslims, right? So when I keep on seeing some of the tests showing people, tracing their to Fulani, I begin to wonder, it may be the people from that were taken probably to the Arab world. It's
mm,
easier to understand, but when it's a bit confusing, I find it a bit interesting that some people, or let's say some Africans from the diaspora, probably in America or somewhere in the Western Hemisphere, and they're tracing to the Fulani. So I wonder how it it got to that,
well, I
because the
think what
Fulanis
happened was,
have
and
been interacting with the Arabs and the Islam for for
Well,
since the 8th century.
Dr. Clark stated that the Arabs were enslaving Africans for 1,000 years
wow,
before the European.
that's it. That's oh, and you know what? Do you guys want? I want to finish showing this, but I
Okay.
have a clip on that. We're gonna
Okay.
get into that because it's interesting. But that being said, let me get through this. Okay, so we got the Mende the Mende people of Sierra Leone, which I know
Hmm.
people. I have that both through African Ancestry, 23andMe. Everyone has connected me to Sierra Leone. That's a
And
strong.
you can get a citizenship of Sierra
Yeah, you
Leone.
could.
As soon as I make it to the continent, I'm going home and getting my papers, my Mende papers. I'll be there. My Mende and Timne. So, what? So I will be there for that. So that being said, the last one, piece de resistance, is Gambia. I'm excited because you all know I got my land up in the Gambia.
Yeah.
And what you were saying earlier, Amina, take a look. The Gambia people are the same as what?
Guinea-Bissau, Mali, England, and Portugal.
Because those were the people, those England and Portugal were the ones that went through there.
Yeah.
And of course left their DNA in there. It's funny, these people, they were calling us animals and making it seem like we were just
who raped who?
But they were just going around leaving their DNA in everybody.
Yeah. Go figure.
Well, we the animals.
See, that's why I love history, because yes. Yes. Yes.
And this shows you who the animals were.
Thank you.
This right here shows you, because it's just to me, you were saying these people were subhuman, but what were you doing?
Yeah, but why you screwing them then if they're so subhuman?
How did these people end up with England and Portuguese DNA? Because I know if you're reading this, you have to understand what they're saying here is these people, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, Mali. So if you take DNA tests of these people in these regions, they have a little bit of Portugal, a little bit of England. And it's true, because that one person that I was, two of them, I was connected to a brother from Nigeria, the Ifik tribe, and I've been connected to the sister from Mendinka in Gambia, which I'm, the people that I'm related to in the Gambia. And they say that their DNA said 0.5%, meaning that it was just a little bit, maybe
enough.
7 generations, but it was there.
Yeah.
It was there, meaning that most Africans have to have at least 0.something% European. Now, some of them don't, and that is like, man, congratulations to you if you didn't get bit.
Yeah.
but most people got bit, even the ones that, some of which never left the continent. And that's the part. So I'm very happy to claim my Gambian, my Sierra Leone, my Kenya, my Nigeria, and my Nigeria again. I'm so Niger.
Yeah.
So Niger. So that was, but this was, again, y'all, only going back 5 generations. So this would have been something like, if you are close to your family, that they would have been able to tell you that, if we're talking about people that would understand their family. Most of us wouldn't be able to go that far back if we're descendants of enslaved people. What I really liked was the breakdown, and you notice I didn't go through the European much, so because you already know what it is.
Right.
So we're going to go to advanced analysts here. And with this one, it says we have combined cutting edge genetic research with the anthropological, I hope I said that right, history of the human race to create your advanced ancestry report. This report, an analyst that dates back thousands of years, well beyond your last 5 generations. Or most recent. So this goes back thousands of years.
Wow.
So when we look before, you notice that what they broke down was, I was 35. They brought up my Caribbean because that was recent. Let's go back to the advanced, and let's see what it tells us. So it gives you a broader. You see, the last one, it only talked about my African and European, right?
Right.
This one talks about admixed American. It talks about South Asian. It talks about East Asian.
I got that too from your from the one I just told you about, the one you told me about, the AD intro. Yeah, I got the results for mine as well.
Oh, that is awesome. You have to share that with me, or if you want, you could come and we could look at it on here. But this right here is interesting, y'all, because I never saw, well, let's get into it.
Okay.
Because this is thousands. This is going back thousands of years. This is not just 5 generations. This is thousands of years. So our people, you see it, where, do you see the map and you see all these little things? those of you that can't see it, let me see if
Yes,
I, yeah, those are all the pinpoints
right.
of
Just
where
like the true
thousands of
ancestry.
years they were able to find you. Oh, let me, that's probably a little better. It's like everywhere.
Amazing.
Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's start. But on this one, I'm 92% African. So let's not sleep. Even though I'm everywhere, I'm still 90. I'm African. Let's get that out the way right now. Okay, so boom. Okay, so we still got the Isan, the Lua, the Yoruba um, in Nigeria. And it's funny because yeah, still give you a little bit of African Caribbean and it's the Mende, the Gambian, and look at the bottom, y'all. Y'all can read that. Where my ADOS people?
I'm right here.
I got my African American 2.9.
So
When,
you ain't what? So you ain't what? You ain't what?
what? Do you see my ADOS? But do you understand that it's one of my oldest traits? So that means that, and this is when it got interesting for me. This is when it got interesting. So 2.9, what does that mean? That means that with DNA, the smaller the number is sometimes represents something old.
Hmm.
So it kind of, and I'm hoping I'm having this correct. I'm going to be doing some more research, but these are and this is what I found interesting. If you go in here, it breaks it down again, and it tells you the different groups of people. Like most African Americans, this is the DNA they have. You see that?
Let me see. Where am
You have the Guinea, you have Senegal. Most
Yeah,
African
I have
Americans,
all of that.
Senegal, Mali, Congo, Ghana, Cameroon, Guinea, Angola, Gabon, and Ivory Coast.
I have all of that.
And
Except Gabon, maybe Gabon too. But Nigeria was once Cameroon. My husband said.
that's why they probably share the same genome. That's exactly why they share the same.
No, it's definitely you find the Cameroon, the southwestern part of Cameroon have a lot of the Ibibio, Efik, and Igbo, people from
Yeah,
those sides as well. So there's if you it was just recently one of the former presidents of Nigeria.
yeah,
Um, during his time was when the United Nations now decided to take the Bakassi Peninsula and hand it over to Cameroon. But those people there, they have been complaining ever since that how are they separated from their brothers and sisters in
and there it
Nigeria,
is. There it is.
But
This,
it's because of also the oil and all that, because that region in Cameroon has a lot of resources. So the government of Cameroon really wanted they didn't care about the people. They just wanted the resources there. So they fought for that place to be added as part of Cameroon. Until date, those people in Cameroon, in fact, we speak the same with the same accent.
that makes no
When
sense.
we talk, when we speak English, we are not even speaking, you can tell between a Nigerian English and a Ghanaian English. But you see, with the people of the South and Cameroon, the English speaking part, we speak with the same accent.
And that tells you right there. All these
Yeah.
people are virtually the same genetically.
Yeah. See.
All these people covered under, like, okay, so, when you hit Nigeria, these three people, they're the same genetically, identically the same.
Interesting.
Exactly.
Identically the
Do you know there are Igbos in Gabon and Equatorial Guinea and Sao Tome and Principe? All those places you find Igbos there. It's just amazing. And
so
they are not even Nigerians.
so Kenya and Uganda, Sudan, Tanzania. Imagine if these people came together. They're all the same. They're the same genetics. The Yoruba people, Nigeria, Togo, Ivory Coast, Benin, Ghana, you're all the same people
Yeah.
genetically.
That's all it shows.
If they found you and didn't know your history and you couldn't speak and they took your DNA, and they were clumping us all, if we all was unable to speak and all they could do was connect us through DNA, they would be connecting these people like your brother and sisters, your cousins, your family. These are your people. And that's the part that they don't get. Like, these are your people: Mali, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Mauritania, Ghana. These are you have genetics that match.
Gina, can I surprise you? Do you
Sure.
know the president, one of the main the frontline contestants for the presidency of Nigeria this coming election 2000
Mhm,
and 2023? Yeah. Do you
mhm,
know the man was born as a Cameroonian, but
mhm.
the part where he came from in Cameroon, the Adamawa part, Adamawa Highlands part of Cameroon, which is like northern Cameroon. So
Yeah.
there was that dispute was resolved, and that part, a section of that Adamawa side was, ceded to Nigeria. So the man was born a Cameroonian, but now he's a Nigerian, and he's
And
going to be the president. He wants to be the president of Nigeria, and he
I
has been
don't
the
think
vice
so. He has
president.
the right. They're the
He
same
has been,
people.
he has, no, no, he has been the vice president in the past for 8 years. So, so it's the same thing that is happening in the south. So it's like they gave maybe Cameroon now wanted, how do you say it, like a recompensation or something like
Yeah,
that, because
yeah.
since they gave part of the Adamawa, as to Nigeria, maybe they wanted the Bakassi Peninsula in the south, which have
Mhm.
the Efiks and the Igbos. They wanted a part too to go to them. So it's just amazing.
Yeah, yeah. I'm really, to be honest with you, it really is amazing, and it really it takes the burden away of the divisiveness for me internally. It takes away the burden of we're different, and because it's a burden to 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 still be separated. Cause I don't know if it's just me, but when I think about all that we have to accomplish, it's hard enough trying to do it on your own. But when you think that you have a whole group of people that you are truly connected to and should be working together, I guess I'm hoping that one day that our genetics will win out. Our genetics will win out over our what do you call our biases? Because it's all bias, and it's all, and somebody is, and it's always a group of people benefiting off of divisiveness, and these people are usually outside of the circle, and
Right.
that's what we, and this is the part that when I see that, it just makes me realize, like, it's funny because when I saw this, I went to my husband, I'm like, oh my god, look, this African American comes up again. It came up in ancestry, and it comes up again, so there's no doubt that somewhere, you see, and it gives you a time of where it is. I can't.
Hmm.
It tells you where this was, but this was thousands of years ago.
Wow.
This might have been. I don't know. This is they're
You
telling.
do know because from true ancestry, you have somebody from the
There it is. There it is.
1837 or 57 or something like that. That it
1800.
was a plague. It was a plague. Remember,
Cholera.
Philadelphia cholera.
Philadelphia. And that's exactly
Yeah,
what the point is. So they're telling the same story that we got from. It's got to be true.
my true ancestry. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. So somebody that was related to me was there. So who's to say that, you know, and it's true because I do have cousins. Like, when through ancestry, I see my cousins in South Carolina
Hmm.
and
And
in
I have family in South Carolina and
Virginia.
North
Yeah,
Carolina,
yeah.
and I have the same thing as you, as that descendant from 18 whatever for the Philadelphia cholera.
Who's this is so amazing, and it's like, my God,
Yeah.
it's just bringing us all back together again, and
Yep.
yeah, I'm here for it. I don't know about y'all, but I'm here for it. You
How
know,
could you not be though? You know?
I ain't got no choice. None of us really do.
No, not at
And
all.
it's funny because if you stay in the dark and just think that I'm just this or I'm just that, then you're missing out on a big part of yourself. You're
Yeah.
missing out on learning and recompensing with something greater than you. It's amazing. Okay, so going to the European, it gave me the Northwestern, and it's funny because all of these are slave traders.
Yep.
And trust me, I see no. I've done my research as far as history, and yeah, most of the European that comes up in my DNA, and it's only 5.5%, which gives you a great understanding
Oh, we have the same thing,
of what
Gina.
it was. Of well, they were the same enslavers.
Right. But the Italian also, I have that too.
I did not. I did
Crazy.
not even know I had the Italian until I saw this one. I didn't have it on the
My
other
my brother told me because when he was in the Air Force,
one.
he was in a special military section of the Air
Hmm.
Force, and they did his workup,
Hmm.
and it had that, the Italian, it had the Spaniard, it had the Scandinavian, the
Yeah,
Finland, the Scottish, the Irish, the Welsh, and it had the Ethiopian, the ancient Ethiopian, ancient Kemet, Egypt, also known as Egypt. It had the Botswana, it had the Kenya, it had the Yoruba, it had everything that you have except I don't have Cuba, I have Puerto Rico, I don't have Haiti.
wow.
That's the difference.
This you see, this is why I'm saying it's important to know. But I want to point out something with this European. Take a look at this. Let's look at this North European, right?
Hmm.
Northwest European. Do you see all of these people are one people?
Yeah, they are. They're all Germanic,
They're
Germanic
all
tribes.
you see that they're all one people. Now I know for sure that um Denmark
Hmm.
was my father's enslavers. I was able to route back to my great, well, going back at least 5 generations, 6 generations, and I actually know the name of the slave master that took on
Wow.
my great grandmother. She was 12 years old. He had children with her.
What?
He took her, and he was like 68. He had like
What?
5 children with her, and then sold her off to Haiti.
What?
I have the story. We'll go through it. I'm putting it all together, but I want to tell you something. Those Danes, those Danish, they kept clear records. So if you ever really want to know or do any research about certain things, if you think you had your people were enslaved, or if you have a Danish last name like my family does, you can go and research St. Croix records for slaves, and they have thorough records names. I was able to find a document that had the name of my great grandmother.
Wow.
So and when she got her freedom. So
Wow.
and her children. So that's something that I know for sure. The Danish did was so I'm connected to them based on that. And it's funny because when you look at British again, it's
Hmm.
the same people. They're all connected to each other. Look at that. How could they not work together? They know this history about themselves.
They do.
They understand this. Look, they're mostly the same people. The only one that differs here is Iberian, which is Portugal, which is mostly closer to North Africa.
Hmm. And
But you
Spain.
see, go back to Italian. They're all about the same people,
Yep. Yep. Belgium. Look at that.
especially Northwest Britain,
Finland. Yep.
especially the top three. They're the same people.
Ukraine.
Yep, yep. And again, these are now on this one. I know that I have Italy.
Yeah, I have
Um,
Italy also.
but they're saying these people in Italy share genetics with all these people.
They do. They are one of the same.
Yeah, so that's that part right there. Thank you, Ray. That part right there. So that's another aspect why I like this, because it gives you
Woo.
a foundation of understanding these people better. So these Northwestern Europeans,
Hmm.
these all these people share the same genetics.
I have a question for you. Did
Sure.
you didn't do what you did with um my ancestry? You didn't do
No,
it that
I
way.
had to actually do the swipe, one on the left side, on the right side.
Oh, you did the swab.
Yeah,
Okay.
so and it wasn't that expensive either, but it only took like 2-3 weeks. I was surprised because they said 8 weeks, but it only
Hmm.
took like 2 to 3 weeks. I had been looking at it for months. And then, but when this black guy came, he was like, I seen white people doing it at first, but then when this black guy came, he said, "Yo, they gave me my tribe," and he was crying, and I was
Oh,
like, "Oh, this is awesome! I gotta do it." So now, at least, I know I don't have all the tribes yet, but at least I have more than I did, and
wow.
it's one step closer. And the one thing about this site that I like Ancestry, like 23andMe, they update. So let's say they get more information, they're going to update your file so you could know. So that was my European. I got to claim it even though it was rape.
Yeah, it
Now,
was.
it also goes into this area. Now, I want y'all to look at this. It says admixed American. These are Native Americans, y'all.
Yep, I have all of those.
And I want to show you why they're Native American. Look at this, the Inca,
Uh-huh.
the Adamara. That's an Indian tribe.
Yes, it is.
These are, and that's why I say a lot of people be like, "Oh, the Native Americans are not alive." Mexicans are Native
They were
Americans.
here first. They
The
were here
Mexicans
before
are the
them.
Aztecs. They're the Maya. They're the
Mm-hmm.
they're the Native. They're the same people. And I found this
Mestizo.
video that tells you that some of these Native Americans that went into Haiti, they were a part of the Maya people.
Mm.
They come from the Aztec people. So these people are
They're
now
not trespassing.
represented in Mexico. And it's funny because people are kicking people out of America. I mean, they're kicking Mexicans out of America when Mexico, all these people, all these native people were all over here.
Right. Texas was
Which can
Mexico,
mean
was
to
part
that
of Mexico,
exactly.
as was California. It went all the way up.
That's exactly. And I know this is true.
Arizona.
This comes
Hmm.
up on my other one as well, as far
Wow.
as when the Africans came out, and it's going to go back to the Mother's Hollow group. Let me switch over here to share this with y'all.
Wow.
Okay, so this is my hollow group. It's the L3B. So it breaks down. It shows you the movements. It says you can watch the formation of your hollow group by clicking the button. Anybody that don't know what a hollow group is, women can trace their mother's line. They could never trace their fathers, where men can trace their mothers and their fathers. But the one thing that a woman's line can do that a man line can't do, a woman's line never get cut, meaning that a man's line can get cut, meaning he could start off as one thing, but his can change based on whoever his father's is. A woman's line never changes. I mean, from Eve, whatever your hollow group was from Adam and Eve, that is what your line is. Now there are sublines, underlines, but they're all connected. You could trace your mother's line going all the way back to Eve. So mine's go back is the L3, which is one of the oldest. But one thing about the L3, they were a part of the scattering people that left Africa first, before the Arabs came, before Islam hit and started selling folks, before the transatlantic slave trade. These folks, the L3B, they decided to go to South America, and from South America, they went all throughout the Americas. They became the Indians in all those spaces,
Oh,
interbreeding with Neanderthals.
yep.
I'm proud of that. But those are the facts as we know it. So if I hit click right here, it's going to tell you where it begins. There it is. It's telling us the story about Kenya again, or East Africa. So let's begin. So they're saying that my line started right here. Well, this is the beginning of my hollow group. Somewhere it says near Nairobi. What is that? Nairobi or somewhere in
Hmm.
that area. And then, oop, this thing. I'm sorry, guys. And then let me go. All right, so it went from Nairobi to Sudan, which goes in line with my Nubia, because I have Nubia in my
Hmm.
ancient ancestry. When you do through my true ancestry, you get your ancient, which is like millions.
Hmm.
So that Nubia explains right there. The L3 line was in Sudan. So they left East Africa,
Wow.
went to like Sudan area or that whole Nubia area. And then the same line of people, they represented again anciently in the Congo or Central Africa. And of course, that's encompassing all of your surrounding areas in that. And then they went towards Africa Republic, which I'm still trying to understand or grasp the difference.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really interesting because this goes in line with what I've learned from my true ancestry. It goes in line with what I've learned from African ancestry, the L3B, which is amazing. But what I was trying to bring out to you guys was, if you do the research on the L3B line, this was the line that crossed over and went into South America. And from South America, that's when the African became something else.
Mm.
Now, what did they start breeding with that made them something else? That's the big question.
That Neanderthal.
That's the big question. Something happened between them crossing over, and soon as they got into the area, let's say into your Central Africa, and some of them went to North Africa. Some of them went to, there was a direction where they went into 3 different directions based on what I've learned so far, and they all became different a little bit. So that being said, I'm still trying to do more research on that, because I found that my personal line went into South America. And from South America, it went into the Isles, the Caribbeans, into North America. And that's why I'm still so connected, or my DNA is connected to people from those areas today. Okay, so that was interesting, but let's have some fun. Let's look at this timeline, because I want to share these clips with you so we can start our discussion in full. Let's look at these timeline, y'all. Now, this part right here, let's read it. It says, our advanced ancestry timeline fully analyzes your entire DNA sequence to determine not only your ancestral history, but its complete timeline as well. The further back we examine, the more centralized we find our ancestral lines to be. The unlikeliness of cultural crossbreeding was large in part due to pre-evolved geological landscapes and obstacles, environmental obstacles such as the Ice Age and glacier periods, and technological obstacles such as overall inability to travel. When we do find peculiarities, whatever.
Yeah, peculiarities
among your ancestry, these rarities tend to be more interesting than when represented among ancient versus recent. So they study the differences. These peculiar I hate that word.
It's a tongue twister.
I know, it's a tongue twister. Offer us a measurable timeline by which we can identify when and where odd mixtures in satisfactorily
statistically outlier.
Oh my God, thank you. Statistically outlier types of populations entered your family history. Okay, can I see this? Though many of these ancestries may deem wildly foreign to you, know that our team only denotes ancestries we believe you share at 80% confidence level or better. To be featured on your timeline. This feature may help you learn more about your genealogy, as you can piece together the migrations that led to the result of your advanced report. So you already saw the first one. When I saw that, I had a tear. I couldn't stop crying, because my first choice in Africa, where to go live to, was where?
Gambia.
And what do you see there? That was only 4 generations ago, y'all.
Wow.
4 generations ago, just 4 generations. Around 1900, it says it right here. We identified one of your ancestors was Gambian and lived around 1900 AD. We analyzed your DNA. We found that the location, they tell you where the chromosome that is matching.
Yeah.
There was a segment and it gives you the segment number that matched the people group. This GWD stands for the Gambia. Statistically, we determined this to be 99% accurate.
That's as good as you're gonna get.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. I was,
See, you're on the right track.
it goes down. It goes, okay, so my Isan. So, but what I want you to pay attention to, what I found interesting was the fact that it gave us the dates, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 1875, Isan, Nigeria. 1875. So these Isan, this is all after the, when we talk about me, we talk about the Haitian Revolution was when? Anybody knows?
18.
Comment section if you know the Haitian Revolution. What year was it?
1804.
Everybody mama should know that.
1804.
1804. That's it. So yeah, everybody should know that. That's a day that manifested itself for all of us. So I mean, a year that manifested itself for all of us. So that being said, Kenya was after that. Nigeria, Isan people again, 1850. Isan people again, 7th generation. So we're going down now. This is even getting deeper. And as you can see, I carry a lot of Isan.
Mm-hmm.
Lua of Kenya,
Mm-hmm.
must be a lot of Kenyans representing themselves in Haiti. The Lua people of Kenya was 1825. We're getting closer to 1804, right?
Right.
The Isan Nigeria, 1800s. Right around here, 1800 Lua. 1804, where was 1804? God darn it. Right around here must have been the revolution.
Yeah.
Right around here, right between here must have been the revolution right here, right before you get to this. So that Nigeria and the Kenya was down there. They had to be in there. They were in Haiti. And it's funny because I got nostalgia. I started thinking, I was like, who were they? Who were these grandparents or these people that were in my bloodline that was fighting the revolution that was in Haiti? All that they saw at that time. I mean, and it's funny because when you're looking at this, you're looking at the timeline. Now you're thinking, where was I? Where was my DNA at that time? What were they dealing with? Okay, so because this is me, this is a representation of me. It's not no one else. It's not a people. This is a segment in my person, in my blood. So Isan again, Nigeria, Lua, Yoruba, Gambian 10 generations. So I'm having some of the same lineups, and I think it's because they studied one line, Same lineups here. Gambian again, 11 generations. But it gets really funny right around. I'm going to go down because you're going to see right around here. There you go. 19 generations, but I want you to pay attention to the year.
That's 1575?
No, right here.
1525.
So around this year, 1525, what was happening in Africa around 1525, y'all?
They were trafficking Africans.
Interesting. I want to share something with y'all because as soon as I saw that, I went into something. I wanted to find out. I was like, what happened in Africa? And I want everybody to put on the comment section 1525. And I'm going to go to another page and share something else with you guys. This is how much fun I have with this stuff because this is us. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to know. We need to understand this more than anyone else. I'm going to go here now, and I'll go back to what we were looking at. Can somebody read that?
Where?
It's highlighted, I think, in...
Okay, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
The first European slave ship transported enslaved Africans from Sao Tome to New Spain in 1525. Portuguese and Dutch traders dominated the trade in the 16th and 17th centuries, though by the 18th, they were supplanted by the British and French.
So this right here, when I saw that, and then further down, it said our European nations involved included Spain, Denmark, and I stopped at Denmark and I started crying because I realized something. In my DNA, I was seeing when my people were taken from the continent. I'm going to go back to that screen now because do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Now, the reason I say this is because who is this? Iberian Peninsula. Iberian, who is that?
That's Spain.
That's Spain and Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
That is Spain and Portugal. And what happened around 1825 was Portuguese started taking slaves everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And who were they working with? Do you know?
They were working with what they said, Britain. They were working with Denmark.
But before that,
Well, that they were working with the Arabs, the Africans.
right, exactly.
That's it.
Because Spain, Moors,
Yes, sis. Yes.
when the Moors had conquered Spain for 800 plus years, it
Mm-hmm.
took Queen Isabella of Spain to work with the Queen Victoria of England to
Mm.
wage the war to help get the Moors to dethrone the Moors from their hold on Spain. But
Wow.
the difference is the Moors didn't weren't barbaric the way the Spaniards and the Portuguese and the rest of Europeans were on Africa.
Mm-hmm.
They taught them how to cleanse themselves. They taught them how to season their food. They taught them about indoor plumbing. They taught them about lighting up their streets. They taught them about how to perfume the environment. They taught them they introduced language.
Mm-hmm.
They taught them how to dress. They civilized them. That's the difference. And you had white women there who married Moors because the Europeans maltreated the white woman,
Hmm.
and they converted to Islam. That's why you have Muslims who are white with blonde hair and blue eyes.
So right there, it's there. I mean, do you guys see what I'm saying though?
I see it. And the Jews the Jews of Spain were converts to Judaism. They are not people. They are not the chosen people. That they stole the belief system, converted to Judaism because they were forced to. They were forced to, and some even converted to Islam and then went back to Judaism.
But I have a clip and I want to share it now. I'm gonna get off of this for a minute. But again, going back about this CRI Genetics, I
Hmm.
don't know, what do you think?
I
What do
love it.
you, I love it. I truly am, and I'm telling you, when I saw this, it took my breath away.
Mm.
Because you got to remember, these are not, it's 99% accurate that this Iberian came in. They're only going 80 and up. So anything less, like, what might have transpired, this is what actually transpired
Awesome.
within my DNA.
Negro History said that his CRI results is the same as yours. Wow.
Well, did he get his timeline is the same as mine too?
I'm not sure.
It's amazing. And I feel like there were a certain group of people that there's only a certain group of tribes that were being sold, y'all.
Hmm.
So there was a direct yeah. And it has other fun things in here, traits, allergies, metabolism, all of
Hmm.
that is for free. I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed going through this, and there's so much more I'm going to be going through. I mean, just the fact that now I'm going to be researching. I want to find out what ships went out around that time, 1525.
The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Wow, wow. So
And that was Cristo Colombo, known as Christopher Columbus. He was working for Spain. He was using Spain and Portugal at the same time because he needed money to. They funded his exhibitions in searching for gold because King Midas was showing his wares and he was proud and he was giving nuggets of gold to people and they're like, wait a minute, who? He's doing what? We need that gold.
So soon as these Portuguese, another thing that this told me, sis, and it breaks my heart, soon as they asses got into Africa, they just started raping us.
Oh, the first they did was in the 1400s. I think it was 1441 or a little bit before. The Spaniards came over to Angola and they took 20 chiefs out of Angola and questioned them, took them out, like took them on a little on a boat trip, so to speak. And then they brought some back. They left some there, and that's when they started.
Yeah. Okay, so that was deep, and there were two things that stood out for me. Kenya, I wanted to know what. Well, let me remove this overlay. um, Kenya was on there, and I couldn't understand why Kenya was on there because, like I said, I thought it was just a lot of people when they talk about slavery, we talk about the transatlantic slave trade.
Mm-hmm.
But then I looked up Kenya and I looked slaves and I was wondering. Well, let me share one of the first things I see, and then we're going to get into a little bit of the history behind the what Arab slave trade. Okay.
The story of Frederick Uledi's family is one of great suffering and survival. His grandfather from Tanzania was enslaved, then rescued and settled here. It's in a community of people with similar histories called Freetown in Kenya's port city, Mombasa.
It is something bitter to speak about it. You see, to be taken from the place and put somewhere else. If only the Kenya government couldn't recognize us.
The history of Freetown is told in a nearby mural. It's named after Bartle Frere, an officer in the British Navy, which, from the 1870s, enforced a ban on the slave trade in the Indian Ocean, controlled by Omani sultans. Enslaved people who were rescued at sea were settled here by the British, who were colonizing Kenya at the time. We met some of their descendants, who originate from all over East and Southern Africa.
Grandfather came from Tanzania.
Tanzania.
We are Zulu. Our fathers are from Zulu, South Africa.
Came from Nyasaland. Long time ago.
Let's stop right there. What do you guys think of what you've heard so far?
I'll let Mbezi go first. That's Beatty. I'll let him go first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think if you look at the port city of Mombasa, I think there's a place there called is it something, I think the Portuguese were the ones colonizing that place at first.
Mm.
Then they handed it over to. They faced a lot of confrontations with the Arabs because of they are closer to the Arabs because of the geography, the proximity. So I feel like they probably there is definitely a history of slave trade in East African coast, but the only thing is that I don't think that that those the people that were taken there were brought were taken around the entire Southern Africa all the way to the Western world.
So that one lady says she's from Eastern land.
She's from
Eastern land.
Oh no. I had her say something like Nyanza.
Is that what she said? Let me see, because I don't know. Maybe she did.
She said something in Nyanza, and Nyanza is a place in Kenya.
Long time ago.
Oh,
South Africa.
Came from Nyasaland.
Yeah, Nyanza.
Long time ago.
That's the place.
But they told us it causes...
Okay, go ahead and speak.
That's where you find the Luos.
Mm.
Where Obama's father came from. But
So that's
also,
the same tribe that I have represented for Kenya, Loa.
that's the Luya. But you
Oh,
see,
yeah. Okay.
there's a part of the Luya
Mm-hmm.
that share a lot of genetic and what history with the Luos,
Okay.
especially because they share borders a lot, and like if you go to a place in Kenya called Busia.
Mm-hmm.
Busia is it has the majority of the people there are Luyas, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you also have the Luos there and a few other tribes. So, but the
Right.
majority of people there are Luyas. So, my point is that even Obama, if you trace his origin and everything, you discover that one of his because the Luya kingdom was a very is a very well known kingdom. You know, the king, the Wanga king, and all that. So it's one of the strongest kingdoms in East Africa.
Okay.
So at some point, one of his sons had gone into the lowland, and he's a prince and all, and he became a king there, and he took a lot of people along with him, and there's that mixing. So you
Mm-hmm.
find out that there are several laws that can trace their roots to the Luyas,
Luya.
including
Mm-hmm.
including the presidential candidate they have right now, Raila Odinga. You know, so it's just something like that. Even Obama, I think there was a time there was also something that talked about his father's lineage, everything, and you find out there's that Luya connection there
Mm-hmm.
as well. Even if he's a Luo, because of the geography, because of where they are from,
Mm-hmm.
which is Luo land, right? But historically, they can link themselves to the Luyas. So I feel like there's that. It went on there. Unfortunately, most of the slaves or the people that were taken to the Arab world, uh, it's weird because many of them can't even trace them. But if you go to the coast of East Africa, especially there in Mombasa, you find there are Bantu people that have been mixed with Arabs.
Mm.
So you see them, they call themselves even Arabs because probably the Arab trait is showing more, but they are they are also linked with the Bantus. So they call themselves. If you go to the Mombasa, you find they have the Arabs, then they have the Bantus.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority are definitely the black Bantus, right? So yeah, the only thing I don't see is how I don't think, if not, it would have been recorded, that they, took people from there all the way to the transatlantic. I don't know about that. I'm not sure, unless maybe there's something I need to learn.
Right.
But for now, I don't think, or I don't see how it was, probably to the Arab world.
Wow, that's amazing. And it's funny because I didn't know there's groups of people sitting play in spaces in Africa that know that they didn't come. I knew it was true. I knew that there were people taken to different places, or these guys were on their way to be shipped and then they were turned back because it was illegal to be shipping people. And so they were just left there. That's just crazy. So it was a ship full of people that were going to be taken just like they took us to the Americas. And now they're forever displaced, unable to have their own, like they don't consider them as Kenyans. How evil are we as a people?
I,
I
I
mean,
have to make a correction.
go ahead. I'm
The
sorry.
correction is that the first slave ship was called White Lion
Wow. Okay. Okay. White
out of
man. Thank you.
out of Portugal,
I'm gonna
actually.
write that. I'm gonna write down. Do we know where it went to? What country did it go to? Where did it go? Did it go to where did the white lion go?
It went to Jamestown.
Wow. Was that where the first slave ship went? It didn't. I thought it went to a Caribbean.
Hold on. It says,
No, we're not looking for the first one that went to America.
oh, you're talking about to the
The
Caribbean.
first slave ship that just left Africa,
Okay.
to go to the Americas. or around 2020, I mean, what is it? 19, what is it, 1525? We'll figure it out. That's going to be some good research because we should know this. We should know when where the first slave ships went. We should know what tribes they had on there. We should know. This is our work. We should know that. And all I could say is it's our responsibility to get that information. Nobody owes it to us.
August 1518, King Charles authorized Spain to ship enslaved people directly from Africa to the Americas.
So prior to that, they were doing it already then.
Oh, yeah. They were doing it in the 1400s, actually.
So his authorization means nothing. We got to find out who. Somebody was writing journals. Somebody kept journals of these things.
Well, Cristo Colombo was writing journals because he talked about in 1492 what he was doing in the coast of Guinea. He was sailing up and down the coast of Guinea.
That's it. That's a good reference. I like that. I'm going to do some research and get something together for that. That's a good reference. Let's finish this clip so we could go to the next one.
Problems having an identity that's not among Kenya's official ethnic groups.
It becomes very difficult for them to be registered because when they tell the officials that I am a Mnyamwezi or I'm Nyasa, there's no such tribe in Kenya, or I'm a Freetownian. It's not registered.
They say young people in Freetown often deny their historical roots to register for ID cards or just to fit in.
And is that the shrine there?
Something that Patrick Abungu says is a problem. He's the curator of these caves, a heritage site widely believed to have once been used as a holding pen for enslaved people.
If we don't talk about it, it means we are silencing that dialogue and we are silencing a lot of people's identities.
There are the remains of chains on the walls of the cave. According to local oral histories and archaeologists, this is where people were chained up and held captive for weeks before being led through these tunnels out onto the beach to slave ships waiting in the Indian Ocean.
Historians say millions of Africans were enslaved and shipped across these seas to the Middle East and beyond over centuries. Many died on the way. Those who ended up in Freetown were luckier. The settlement was founded by Christian missionaries who built this church 140 years ago. Christianity is still going strong, but older members of the community worry their unique history is fading away, and their identity with it. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, Freetown, Kenya.
Interesting. Okay, so for those of us that are in the diaspora that don't know that our brothers and sisters were going through this in East Africa and continue to go through it because they're still selling people in that area, to be honest with you. They're still selling people to Mauritania. They're still selling people to places in those Arab countries. There's still slavery, y'all. Slavery still exists, but for the most part, it's not talked about enough. I know I've spoken about it, but because I had Kenya in my DNA, I felt like we could not ignore that because everything else, I mean, West Africa, the coast of Africa, I expected, but Kenya, I did not. Even though I thought that was an error because I didn't see it anywhere else, but it's coming up again. And this time I know my tribe. Let's get into this because it's funny because these are two. It's funny. I want you guys to pay attention to how this European man is going to try to show how, the Arabs played a bigger part. And I guess, a lot of Europeans feel like, why are Black people only mad at us? But and we stopped slavery, but these people are still enslaving folks. But let's take a look at that clip.
I'd like to welcome you back to part 4 of this, really tough series that we're doing about slavery in Islam. And if you've watched part 1 through part 3, which, by the way, all of them are being aired, whether through our YouTube channel, CRI International, on our webpage, CRIinternational.com, or through our Facebook, CRI International, or my own personal page, alfadi.sira. or our dear brother Jay Smith, who's here with us through his Founder Films. I think you are going to find the information that we shared with you about this tough topic to be very troubling. Today is no exception. We will continue to share information, and today we'll talk about numbers in terms of slavery. And I think you're going to enjoy at least the facts that are being shared with you, and we pray that you will be able to use it in the life of many who are deceived to believe that Islam came to liberate and free people. Dr. J, thank you again, and I turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. Tough material, and you're right. It is exhausting to even read some of the stuff you had to read through earlier in the earlier episodes. Now we come to probably the more germane material. This is easier for people to understand because we're talking about actually numbers of slaves. What are we talking about here? Now, let's put this map up here and let's look at the slave routes. This is the map that you get all the time of the slave routes. And when you look at that map, where do most of the slaves seem to come?
I want to pause and I want us to look at this map right here ourselves. And what do we understand about this map? All the green lines are a representation of what they say was the transatlantic slave trade, which was, to the Americas and mostly by Europeans. All the red lines, which you can't see as well, is a representation of what is supposed to be called the Arab slave trade. And let's not get confused. This Arab slave trade was a combination of us selling to the Arabs. We participated in both, really. We participated with the Europeans and we participated with the Arabs. What do you guys have a comment on that? Disagree? You agree? What do you think?
No, I agree with both contentions.
So when we're looking at this, let's keep this in mind. Yes, we're looking at these people and what they did to our people, but guess what? They could not have done it without our help. So there it is.
From and where they seem to be going, and according to that map.
They're coming, of course, from Africa.
West Africa.
That's right. And you see them go into...
What were you saying?
I'm saying I don't entirely agree that... I feel like these people came with... okay, the place I could blame maybe some of those people more, some of our people more, is in the areas of maybe being maybe afraid, because I know definitely there's some kind of agreement, that's why some of the chiefs have been apologizing, but there's also the fact that these people came with gunpowder, they came with weapons, they came with guns. This was not like a fist fight or this ancient way of fighting, and this was the main weapon that they used to intimidate, subdue, and they made it look like a trade. But I feel like in the grand scheme of things, it was just for them to they had already decided what they want to do.
You're
because
right.
Anybody that
correct.
had refused, anybody that had refused, they will definitely. Did you see what they did to the Benin palace, the Benin kingdom, the palace of the king? So anybody that had refused, they would have taken by force. So that's why I'm saying that sometimes we keep on saying that it was a willing participation. It's not entirely like that, because I feel like these people, the gunpowder was the game changer for them. They just having the weapon, so that was how they were able to intimidate. Maybe our people could have said no and died, saying no. Maybe that's where we can blame them for being afraid to die. Maybe.
Let me ask you something. Let's be. Why didn't we have any weapons? Why didn't we, when we saw them first, when they first came and they had guns, why didn't we try to get as many guns as we could? We had the gold. They were coming to get our shit. Why didn't we go out, and look for people that we can get guns from, like the Chinese or it seems like our people was well aware of all the other nations. We have people that were voyaging to China, to all these different places. Why didn't we try to weaponize ourselves or protect? I think about that, and I hear you. I understand. But I'm like, we're people like they're people. And why didn't we? Why didn't we protect ourselves?
I I think we didn't. I think it's more like just saying that the people then, just from the way I understand it, probably they. I think our worldview is a bit different, to be honest, because the politics of the world is not a wise thing. That is not a wise way to live because of the kind of world we are living in. But the politics, we did not play it the way they're playing it. We didn't see any need to go and protect ourselves so much from, you know, um,
That's
I think I would just put it that the world view of those people then was different. They didn't anticipate this kind of hostility and savagery that would have
I
that
don't think
came
we're
from.
anticipating it now. We didn't anticipate it then, and we're not preparing for it now.
Yeah, and that's sad because we are supposed to have learned
Mm.
our lessons and be
And you
able
know
to.
what? The same reason that we're not getting it now is because of our greed. Because we're getting because the people that are in the positions to make sure that we are protecting ourselves or making the types of decisions to secure ourselves are filling their pockets up.
Exactly,
Same thing
exactly.
that was going on there. So you know what that goes back to, Nespidi?
Mm.
Our fault.
Yeah, exactly. Because you find a lot of, do you know how many billionaires are in Africa? You find these people, these white people, when they come even here to any country here in Africa, we keep on thinking that they just have money automatically, but they know how to network among themselves and put themselves in strategic positions. Anytime they find that they are out of their habitat, their natural place, they easily link up and create that network, that connection. But for us, we keep on talking about you have to do it yourself. You find somebody, you know. It's not all about doing it yourself. We need to be able to create that synergy and that network that will make every one of us to get to a point in life whereby we can secure ourselves, whether financially, whether economically, or in terms of security.
What do you think, Amina? I mean, I'm at a point where the funny thing is, I'm looking at us now and I'm looking at us then, and I
Hmm.
know they had guns. Well, right now they have bigger guns still.
Right.
So when are we ever gonna get anything that
I, I
protects
I
us?
I think it's interesting because my husband and I were looking at this documentary
Uh huh.
where the people of Benin, they used to wear these talismans,
Hmm.
and anyone who tried to shoot a gun at them, the bullets would not hit them.
Mm.
So I said to my husband, like, if they had all these talismans and they had all the spiritualism
Hmm.
and they could do things that were unnatural, that were supernatural,
Right.
why couldn't they have used that same spiritualism to ward off, these infiltrators,
Right.
these people looking to do them harm? Um, that had to be something that made them believe that these people were more powerful than them with all of their spiritualism. And
Right.
why did they? Why did they succumb to that? And nobody can ever answer to that. All I hear is, oh, well, they had gunpowder, but they had spiritualism, which, according to the Benin folklore, could could protect them. They used to wear it. Like, there are pictures. There are pictures even on Google where you see them with all of this talismans on their body. They used to go to war like that, men and women. They had African women who were Amazons, where they were tall. They were over 6 feet. They went into battle and they wore talismans to protect themselves from, whether it been a spear or arrow or whatever the case. Because the gunpowder did not just exist in Europe. Gunpowder existed in Africa and in Asia.
It started in Asia. That was their creation. They created gunpowder.
So, I mean, Africa had gunpowder too, but maybe it wasn't used for that sophistication.
What were they using it for? Because
I
that's
don't know.
like they didn't.
But
Hmm.
that I do know of is that they
Yeah.
did use these, they call them amulets.
Yeah.
And they used to wear it all over their body, and they would wear it into war, and they would be impervious to harm. That's the folklore.
And
So how did they get bamboozled?
I'm gonna say this. Somebody just brought up in a comment section, and I was about to say this.
Mm-hmm.
We can't ever use that we didn't have gunpowder as an excuse because the Haitians didn't.
Yeah, they didn't.
They just they were in somebody else's house kicking their ass.
Right.
How am I in my house letting somebody else kick my ass?
I don't understand that one. And when you find out, let me know, because I would love to know.
And that's the part if we keep saying they had guns, I mean today we're saying they have bigger guns. They're never gonna not have bigger guns. When is gonna be a time that these people don't have bigger stuff? and that's the part. I mean, I think that's what got into the minds of the Haitians. They got to the point where they was like, when are we? I mean, they're always gonna be in a position of power. We just got to put ourselves in a position, a greater position of power. We just got to be willing to do whatever we need to do. And that's what I think has to happen. I'm not saying had to happen, has to happen. I mean, we could sit here all day and we could say, well, they didn't have this and they didn't have that. You're right.
But what did they have? They had unity. That's one thing they did have.
Exactly. See, with unity, you could do so much. You could come together and create something to protect yourself with.
Even though the French were more right, and even though the French were more, they had more weaponry than the Haitians did. So how do you account for that?
Not only the French, it was more than the French. It was the British. It was the British. It was American.
United States.
It was everything. I mean, they all came, and guess what? They all got their ass whooped because guess what? We weren't having it. And I think that's what needs to happen. I mean, the mindset, I mean, they left us so broken that right now we're considered the lowest of all. But
we're not the lowest of all.
I mean, when they talk about Haiti, they say it's the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, but that's not true either. That's not true. That's not true. The people
is, but we did what we had to do for one word, freedom.
But Gina, the difference is this. It's just like the continent. The people may be poor, impoverished, but the country is not poor. And
the people are definitely not.
Right. Maybe not be poor in spirit, who knows? But economically, the country is not impoverished. The country itself
is being raped.
Right. Because of its wealth.
Yeah.
Because if it had nothing, trust me, they wouldn't be there. They're there to rape them of their riches, the oils, the gas, the mineral wealth, the gold, you name it. If it didn't have it, they wouldn't be there.
And that was the part. Like I love my brothers and sisters on the continent, but we got to get over that they had guns.
That's not enough.
We got to say they had guns, and so.
No. I only mentioned that, Gina, to just bring a bit context to the fact that it's not that is not the way people have been painting it or saying it recently, that all these people were just willing traders in this slave thing. So I feel like we need to understand that they were already conquered, or should I say dominated, in terms of weaponry and warfare. So anything that they were asked to do at that point, it's either you accept it or you will be, I'm not saying that,
I'm going to say this. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I get your point. But the thing about it is that we can. That was not no excuse for that. We played a major part. What I said was, and I repeat it because it's true. You see all those green lines, and you see the red lines. The green lines going into the Americas with the Europeans for the slave trade, and the red lines going into all East Africa and all going east. You know what that was? That was us helping them. And I say that because they could not have accomplished all that they have accomplished without us guiding them. And we have a lot of record of that. We can't just every time we bring it up not deal with that, because we got to understand these people would not have been able to survive if we didn't teach them how to survive in that terrain.
That's right.
If we didn't teach them the skills of, if we didn't teach them the language, they wouldn't have understood what we were saying. If one of us didn't step up and guide them on how to get to the certain villages, we wouldn't have. If our leaders didn't sign treaties with them that allowed them to get from one place to the other, yeah, they could have came back with guns, but guess what? We should have been understanding that these people were coming in, and we need to do whatever we need to
They
protect.
actually came back, Gina. They came back to Benin after the Oba of Benin and the Benin people refused a lot of their, advances. They came back and destroyed the Benin kingdom. They killed about 300 and something.
No, I'm not saying that's not true, Nespidi. I'm saying that that's all
We
true.
gotta own our part.
We gotta own our part.
Yeah.
See, at one point, leaders were playing these games with these people, letting them think that we were able to sell ourselves short. We were giving. I found out that there were times to have peace treaties. We were giving our daughters to these men. We were giving our daughters to these men to say, this is a peace treaty.
But guess what? The indigenous people in America did the same thing. So it's not just you. Other people did it too, but I'm not trying to make you feel better about it. But the point of the matter, history is history, and you have to own your part. But the point of the matter is learn something from it, and don't keep making the same mistakes and keep saying, "Oh, they defeat us."
It's us. We have to learn something from it because we were players in that as well.
That's my point.
We all have to learn from it, but I can't really change them. Like what they're about to do, their next move, we can't control.
Right.
It's our move that we need to control. We need to, when we're looking at history, it's easy to say, look what they did to us. We need to examine what we did wrong and how to make sure it does not happen again. Because what their moves is not what's important. It's our moves.
Yeah, because their moves are still the same. They haven't changed. They're still doing the same stuff they've been doing.
We're not even ever going to be able to control nobody else's moves.
But our own.
That's the lesson in life. You may not be able to, you will never be able to control what somebody else do, but you have to control how you do and how you respond, how you prepare, how you not prepare, who you choose to sell out, who you don't choose to sell out. Picking material things over your people or putting whatever they were bringing to us.
Smoke and mirrors.
We felt that was more valuable than the human value that we had. These things we have to hold ourselves accountable for, because guess what? Those Arabs are still buying Black girls.
They are.
They're still enslaving people in Mauritania. This is still happening. So for us to act like, okay, what do we have no power now? Are officials without power that they can't stop these young women from being sold to Mauritania, to Dubai, to all these other Arabian places where they're being treated like slaves? Because it's happening in 2022. And we have a group of young men going into certain places, kidnapping young women or telling them they're going to go get jobs, knowing that they're sending them into slavery.
Yep, that's what they're doing.
This is what it's exactly the same thing that was happening, but but these people got bolder. Like if this continues now, these people will get bolder.
And there's no pushback. That's why. There's no pushback.
But we've been, as regards to this current economic slave trade that is going on, you see, we have been, even if you go to East Africa, places like Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, most of the people there, they are 100% against some of these ladies looking for whatever kind of greener pastures and going to the Middle East, and the Arabian Gulf to look for jobs, because it's just that the ones that are going are the ones being highlighted in the media and everything. But most people on ground, they despise it. But these people, they insist that they will have to take that risk and go there. They are no better than the ladies who are on ground working hard, doing whatever they can do to get by. But you see, our people also need, for this now, I can't really look at the Arabs and point a finger at them directly without asking why our own people still taking themselves there, knowing the dangers that is involved. Like recently, they,
Kidnapped. They're not just taking themselves. They're telling them that you have jobs waiting. And
no,
well,
no,
guess what you're saying? After all the media and news and stuff, and people know what's happening,
exactly,
do they
yeah,
know that
exactly.
in villages? Do they know that in those places? I don't think so.
Yeah. Let me be honest with you. Some of them, I initially they don't know, but
Yeah.
I've met and I've even spoke to another lady that asked. Right now, she's in Qatar right now. When
Mhm.
she was leaving, I asked her, "Why are you going?" Because I knew her through a friend. She's like kind of related to the family of that friend of mine. So, and she was like, she's going to Qatar. Then I asked her, "Why are you going there?" And she's like, Qatar is different from Saudi Arabia. That those things just happen in Saudi Arabia.
One and the
That
same.
is different. So
They're no
how do you
different.
how do you stop someone like that? So, and to be honest, most of those things are happening in places like Saudi Arabia and Iraq.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but the places like Qatar, Dubai, I think they're a
And then
little bit
these same
more.
people are sitting in the African Union with us.
Yeah, yeah,
Why?
yeah.
Like
They,
Israel.
they
Just
gave a
did it.
seat to those people, but they didn't give a seat to Haiti.
Right. That makes no sense.
They denied Haiti a seat in the AU, but they gave these people that are still enslaving their people. And then this man is sitting next to you, but then he's going back home and he's treating someone like a modern day slave that looked just like you.
It's so sad. You saw the video of the lady from Uganda. It was a very disturbing video. It's all over social. It was all over social media. She took her own, just jumped from like a five-story building. I don't know what happened. I don't know what she went through,
These
and she just took
men
her own.
She was tortured and she
being
died.
abused by those women, and these men are raping them, and these women are jealous because these women are abusing them during the day, and their men are sleeping with them, forcing themselves on them at night. It's just like slavery.
Yeah,
It's
and taking their
Exactly.
passports.
slavery. It is slavery.
And
And they're taking their passports, not allowing
Hmm.
them to go out the building. It's slavery. It's
it
wicked.
is,
And but then what's really disgusting is the fact that they get to go sit in the AU with us. We let them represent as if they are, you know, family, but then we're
but
denying our genetic people that have the same genetic DNA at us, the opportunity to come sit in and be a part. And when I found out, I'm gonna tell you something. I just think that we are the most self-defeating people. Our leaders are the most self-defeating people. For them to allow that, for them to deny Haiti a seat, but then give Israel a seat, man, the same
they
Israel
gave
prior
Israel a
to
seat.
taking over that land that they take now, that they're trying to kill those other, the same people that are now trying to destroy the people where they finally got the land. They were trying, the first place they were looking into was Uganda. Could you imagine what they would have done to Africa if they had gotten into Uganda?
Africa would not be in existence.
And I don't know if a lot of people know that, because the first location was going to be Uganda. They would not have, they would be, and these now, I'm going to tell you what they're doing now. The fact that they want a seat is because they want they want Africa.
No, after their strategy is to take Africa. That
They're
is
not,
it.
they're not even playing with y'all, but they did not allow a seat. They did not allow a seat to the Haitians, but they granted a seat to Israel.
So who's
Was there was
controlling
there
who?
any was there any geographical obstacles to that? I don't know. I'm just
No, it
asking.
don't
Doesn't
have to
matter.
be. It's
It
about
doesn't. Geographical means nothing. These are your same people, same DNA.
it don't it's not about that
It's
with
not
them though,
about that.
Gina. It's not about that for them. It's about control and who they're willing to. It's like it's still the colonized mind. It's still the colonized mind. You still are fearing them. you still feel inferior to them. That's why you're letting them run roughshod all over you. It shows. It's
Well,
No,
guess
it's
but
so
what?
obvious.
Just let all of North Africa take over it and see what happens.
no,
Just keep
but
letting them in and don't let your own people in and see what happens. Right now, all of the Caribbeans, all of African Americans, all of Haiti, all of them should have a seat in the AU. Everybody
exactly.
should have a
And
seat
for
in the
that,
AU because these are your children. How
I
you
don't
gonna
know
let
why there
strangers
should
come into your house and keep your children outside? That's some retarded stuff. That is some you are conflicted. And guess what?
exactly.
The world knows it. And that's why they treat you the way they do.
No, there should
Not fault.
definitely be some kind of coalition, or like the way they have this MENA, not Middle Eastern. Is it MEN or MENA, something Middle Eastern North African group? So there should be something like that,
And I'm
Caribbean.
telling you, you let Israel stay in there.
You know.
You let them people stay in there too long.
Hmm.
They're like the virus. They're gonna come in and they just gonna spread.
Yeah.
And next thing you're gonna learn,
Plague.
next thing you're gonna turn around and they're gonna be calling themselves the real Africans.
They already did. Look
They're
what
real.
happened in South Africa. What happened in South Africa. Come on, stop.
That's
See,
Yeah,
why I
you
in
said,
can't
fact,
you
you know,
can't you
I
can't
wanna
deal with people. See, the crazy thing is this. You look at your own people and you can be just as
crew.
combative with them, but people who do you harm, you can be like sheep
Come on in.
for them. Do you
Oh,
understand
take
it?
care of you. Yes. And I know what it was for. They lined somebody's pocket.
Isn't it always about that?
And it's funny because when I said it earlier, it's like, oh, they ain't had no guns, or they've always known with us that we don't have to
We
really
have
go in
no
there fighting. All we have
we
to do
have
is
no allegiance to each other. We
don't
have
have no allegiance. Just give
no.
them a little something.
That's all it
You know?
takes.
Just give them a little something. Not even a lot.
yeah, it's
They don't even know their
that's
worth. How about that? They don't know their worth. They don't care about it. You could get them for the cheap. They don't understand how to even negotiate for themselves. They don't think about their people. At least they do. They
Oh yeah.
think about their people.
but,
Just
They
but,
give them
but
understand
a
what
compliment. Give
self-preservation
them
is.
a compliment. Make them feel like you see them as a human, and then
And
you
they know
know
you don't, and they
9
know
of
and
they're
they
gonna
don't.
ask you because they're greedy. They're gonna ask you for something like a car or a house. They're gonna ask you for some money. Give them that, and then once you get your both of your feet in, stomp them.
And that's all it took.
That's
but
it.
you know what they usually do? They always try to make the how do I say, the dullest of the Africans to rule over the smartest ones, because there's a way they support these corrupt, good for nothing leaders and make sure that they make them through some
But guess what,
whatever means.
Speedy?
But you know
Put
what?
them,
You got corrupt people all over the world. It's
Exactly.
corruption is not is
yeah,
not is
We
not
don't. It's not.
tantamount.
Yeah.
It's not mutually exclusive just to the African continent. You realize that, yes?
Exactly. We don't have the corner on that
You
market.
have European dictators like Stalin and Khrushchev, and you can go down the road and Lenin. You can go down the line, the laundry list of corrupt dictators that existed throughout of all of Europe. But it hurts even more when your own people who look like you just have no, don't even think about the future generation. That no even
Exactly.
consideration for
Exactly.
them.
Hey guys, if you're in the comment section, if you haven't hit the like button or subscribe yet, please hit the like button, subscribe. Trying to get the channel growing. Share it on your social medias. If you typed something in there that said Israeli or small cap Jews, delete it because you already know where we at.
So there
Delete
has to
it.
be accountability,
Yeah,
Nastidi.
yeah,
You can't get away from it.
yeah.
You can't.
yeah, yeah,
Right, we
but
can't control
people,
what they do. It goes back to that. We can't control what they do, but we have to start acknowledging what we're doing and what we're not doing right.
yeah, we need to rise at the same time. If not, we can't, because the
But we're
problem
not
is
going to
that.
rise at the same time. You realize that. That's not going to happen that way.
But that's how they've been taking out through some whatever means indirectly, taking out every single person that have risen to do something or to make that change. From Sankara to even most recently, someone like I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not accusing any. I don't anybody about Magufuli, but from
I
Sankara
wouldn't
and all
doubt
these
it
people,
though.
from Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, all these people that you
Even
know.
even in the states, even throughout the diaspora, we've had people who like, oh, you're supposed to be my friend, my ace boon coon, and those are the people who are got the, like, it's like Brutus and Julius Caesar. You know, here you think they're your friend, they're the ones that are aiding and abetting against you.
My thing is that they're not even the issue. Our worst enemy is us.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And that's the part. I don't even want to front. Our worst enemy is us. I don't even. I promise you. I used to. I would. And you, if you go back to a couple of my videos, I could scream it louder than ever who our enemies are. But as you go down the barrel of enemies, you realize what the problem is.
Us. Us. We're
And
we're the we're
Then
the
maybe we should
consistent.
stop saying. We should
no,
stop
no, no.
referring to ourselves. I
Oh, go
think
ahead.
maybe then we should stop referring to ourselves as then because they've also themselves never admitted or accept the fact that they are one, because you could see what is happening with Russia and the rest of Europe. So maybe when we start looking at it as we just share race, but we need to
It
have
is
probably our own.
I got one for you, Miss Speedy. When we start looking at each other as brother and sister, and that we should be protecting one another instead of being adverse to one another, then maybe, just maybe, we might, have might have a chance at something, when we realize that we are all we have, and we don't have no friends. All we have is one another, and if we don't come together, we that's it. And
That's
see, that's how they know this is how we are deceived with this is how we're deceived.
and how we
And
stay deceived.
that's
Well, let's
right.
welcome Miss G to the conversation. We got Lamon coming in for the conversation. Jude, I see you, baby. He's in the comment section. Miss G, tell me what you think about what we're talking about. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
It's just crazy that what's going on.
Yep. I agree. I agree 100%. It's really it gotten to the point for me where I'm just like, I'm not really ready to talk about anybody else. Let's talk about our stuff. Let's do that. Because it seems to me that we could spend a very long time talking about what they're doing to us, but to be honest with you, none of it would be possible if we didn't assist. I don't know what that looks like to y'all. Think about it. Yes. Earlier, my brother in Speedy, he brought up the fact that there were weapons. They were weaponized. We were not. Why weren't we? What were we doing with all that we had everything, all the resources. We talk about Mansa Musa being the richest man that ever lived. Couldn't he buy guns from the Chinese like they did?
Of course, there was enough wealth on the continent,
Couldn't
more
we
than there
have
was in Europe.
we were metal workers. We were doing things. Why weren't we creating anything to protect ourselves? And see, when you look at it from that perspective, there's no denying it that something's wrong with us. We sitting here thinking that we could just live in this world and play music, cook food, dance, make babies, and we're closing
Don't you
everything.
think if we just put away the borders and come together as one and stop thinking about all these tribes and languages between us, and we come together, it will work? Put
It
out
would
the
be
old AU
it would be
and
great.
form one new AU with all the countries.
Are we willing to do it? See, I jump on it. What tribe?
But they are unitedly against that, and that's why I keep on telling you that anyone that have tried to make any change,
Yeah,
you see what happens to them. Everyone,
yeah.
unless we all rise at the same time, it will just, they'll keep picking us apart, just one after the other like that. From every single country, almost every country in Africa, there is always someone that has risen against the system, but that person is not alive.
So what
Right?
you're saying is that when we do have, and that's the case with us. Now I'm gonna tell you something. The only place that did not happen was in Haiti, and the only reason that was because we definitely there were people that wanted to sell out, but they were prepared for that. The Haitians had sellouts. The Haitians had people that were not willing to do what was necessary, but they had people in place for that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's always going to exist. But we understood, and we stopped understanding it, and that's why the Haitians fell apart, because at one point they whatever they were doing right at the beginning, it was very much like, hey, if they even look like they was not a part of the plan, delete them. But at some point we stopped doing that, because I found this book today, and I'm gonna share what I see here, because I think it's gonna be an interesting read, because it was something that really came to my mind. There's certain things you just can't change. Sons of White Fathers. It's something that I haven't read all the way, y'all, but I'm about to share what I'm looking at right now. It's called Sons of White Fathers. And it goes along the line of something that has to do with the Haitian Revolution. And I haven't read it yet, but if you guys are interested, let me just show you what I'm looking at. Can you see the screen? Because I'm on the other page now. I can't see what y'all see.
Yes, you can see it.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
So anybody that's interested, I found this online. Type it in if you want. Sons of White Fathers, Mulatto Vengeance. So I'm gonna tell you something. What happened to the Haitians was,
can you hear me?
I can hear you, Lamin. How are you doing? Hold on.
Hello, Gina.
Yeah, Lamin. Nice to see you again. Hold on, okay?
Yeah,
One moment.
The
Okay. He was about to start talking. Okay, guys. But this looked like it's a really interesting read. I cannot wait to get into it. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I haven't started really reading the whole thing. I just looked at the previews. If you're interested, it's Marlene L. Duat, and it talks about Sons of White Fathers, Mulatto Vengeance, and the Haitian Revolution. This is where this is how we went wrong, because we started trusting people that didn't see themselves as our people. And when you find that you have that in your midst, where you have people,
this link is.
Oh boy, Lamb, I think it's because you're in the connection may not be good for you, Lamb, and I'm so sorry. I'm gonna kick you out. Try again. Okay, so that being said, definitely pick it up or pull it up and check it out. I'm gonna be checking it out and might be having a discussion about it soon, as soon as I'm done with it. It's very interesting. But that being said, I showed you that to tell you that it's really interesting, because we need to understand that somewhere along the line, we began to trust people that we weren't trusting with reason. And the same thing goes on in Africa, where I noticed that there were a lot of, they were in there. What they started doing at first, and I have a video that I'm gonna share. I might share it tomorrow, because I'm off tomorrow as well. And they would, the chiefs or the men in power would sell off their African daughters to these Europeans, not sell them, marry them into these situations with these Europeans. And these Europeans, they felt like because they were marrying their daughters with these men, that these people were going to be like, no, these same people would go back, and then they became the same colonizers. They were just using them. They now had rights for territories and things like that. And it's funny, because it was like, this was the game that was played also on them. If it was just weapons, okay, but history shows that they were manipulated in many ways, and The manipulation that happened to them because of some of their greed, because they wanted what somebody else had. Marriage alliances, that's correct. So instead of going to war, they would say, hey, let's become one, let's alliance ourselves. And no. Let's give Jude an opportunity to say hi, family. I haven't seen my Jude in a long time. Jude, welcome to the discussion. It really started about DNA. Those of you that didn't see the first part of this video, check it out. It's interesting. I now know my tribes. Y'all can't take that away from me. Welcome, Jude. Jude, we can't hear you. Okay, Lamin, it looks like it's still not connecting.
Gina, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you, Lamin. Go ahead, real quick. What are you saying?
Real quick. Beautiful to your. I want to marry both of you, Gina and Amina. I want to hope you have more than one husband. But first of all,
no, one is enough. Thank you.
No, the reason why I called is because Amina said that the first Americas were Arawakan Indians. That's the reason why I called. You understand? Because that's nonsense. You understand? There was African.
You can't dispute somebody always.
I never said that.
No. How can you follow
I
up?
Never said that. I never said that.
Compliments with.
Hold on. Can I speak, please? Because my line is very weak.
Okay, go ahead, real quick. Say what you got to say. What is the facts that you're saying she's not right? Okay, what's the right?
First of all, Gina, you need to come and get these mangoes, my sister. But
I'm trying. Please pray for me.
Okay, so what I'm saying, Amina, there's lots of studies. We got lots of studies. There's books that say there was lots of people before there was Arawaks.
Right.
You see.
But I never said that. If you're gonna tell me I said something, let it be correct. I never said such a thing. I think you're misconstruing. You're confusing me with someone else. I'm sorry.
Okay, Lamin, I don't want to just say your point. Let's not go back and forth about what she said. What are you trying to say so we could get back to the clip?
You seem to come from.
I'm saying I love you guys. I love your channel. Don't forget Nipsey also. Don't forget Nipsey and the fact that big up to the brother, the elder. Yeah. We'll stop killing each other because, as you say, this is not about them. It's about us.
That's it. I agree. 100%. I love you, Lamin. I can't wait to meet you in the Gambia. Okay, so Jude, tell me what you think before we go back to the clip. What do you think about all that we've been talking about? I don't know if you saw my tribes, Jude. You guys are going to have to just understand that all these things are coming to me. I know who I am now. All this, we don't know what tribe you're from. Fire that. Go ahead. His mic's still not working, y'all.
Gina, I think I'm the only one from Africa that has a perfect internet. Among the panelists.
You are correct. You are the only one with good internet. I don't know what part of Africa are you from. You are in right now.
I think I'll put it in the chat, in the private chat.
You want to share? Come on. You and no, I know. I remember. I think it's Ghana, right? Was it
no.
Nigeria?
No, right now I'm towards the southern part.
Okay. All right. Well, you do have some good internet. Shout out to that. But Jude's not in Africa. He's actually here. Jude, tell me, can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Jude's been offline for so long, his mic isn't working. Okay, well, let's work on your mic, Jude. Let me finish the clip out.
And according to that map.
They're coming, of course, from Africa.
Okay,
now we come to probably the more germane material. This is easier for people to understand because we're talking about actually. Okay,
some recap, y'all. Recap real quick. For those of you that wasn't here, I found some Kenyan DNA. I didn't understand why. So I found out about the Islam, slave trade. And I got all into that. So this is what this is about. Us understanding that, what happened to us with the transatlantic slave trade. Let's take a look at what was happening with Islam. And I'm not even going to get into the fact that Africa is like, what, 80% Islam now?
Numbers of slaves. What are we talking about here? Now, let's put this map up here and let's look at the slave routes. This is the map that you get all the time of the slave routes. And when you look at that map, where do most of the slaves seem to come from and where do they seem to be going, and according to that map?
They're coming, of course, from Africa.
West Africa.
That's right. And you see them go into North America, South America.
Yeah, Brazil, the Caribbean, Jamaica, and of course to the North America as well. So the southern parts of North America, the eastern coast. And that's what we have been taught. That's the kind of map you get in every school. You will see a few lines over there on the east, but notice where they're showing that those slaves go to.
Yes, the green lines, of course, yes, is coming down around South Africa.
But even in the Western narrative of slavery, they still think that the East Coast African slaves all came around the southern Cape of Africa, which is one of the most dangerous places for boats to go. Most boats would be crashed and destroyed in the Cape of Good. It's called the Cape. I think it's Cape of Good Hope is the name it's called today. You have to hope that you can even get around it. It was so dangerous there. Yeah. That's what we're being taught. And when I grew up, I assumed all the slaves that came out of Lamu and Gode, where my wife is from, went down.
Where's Lamu and Gode? My Africans, tell me, where's Lamu and Gode?
Lamu is in Kenya.
Ah, yeah, Jide, I love you. Where you been?
I've been at travel, Gina. How are you?
I'm good. Are you in Africa?
No, I came back. Yeah, I went to Africa for like 3 weeks.
Oh, wow. You got to tell us all about it. I'm so happy you're back. I'm happy you got a chance to go home. So Lamu is in East Africa.
Yeah, Lamu is in Kenya. It's like
in Kenya.
Yeah.
And Gode?
And Gode, I don't know where Gode is. Maybe it's I don't know, but Lamu is in Kenya.
Okay. Nespidi, do you know where Gode is? He said his wife is from Lamu and Gode. So
no, I think it's just the same place.
Okay.
Maybe Gode too might be in Kenya as well.
Probably,
or
yeah,
Tanzania or something.
Okay.
I think it's the same place,
Okay.
And there's a lot of elderly white men going to those areas a lot in Kenya.
Yeah, why?
The coastal area.
Gode is the village, oh.
Okay. So it's the village. Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's go on.
Across over to the west again. No, they didn't. And that's the big lie that we're giving. This is all nothing more than Atlantic slave trade. And it's uniquely Atlantic slave trade. Now, I want to look at the numbers. Let's go back to the graph again, and let's look at these numbers. This is the totals that John Zuma came up with. These are but these are first put together by Austin and Lovejoy. These are probably the ones that probably have had the best, have done the most work on it. Slaves who are leaving Africa. Take a look at where the Islamic slave trade that went, the trans-Saharan slave trade. This is the trans-Saharan slave trade. How many million do you see there? I've just circled it.
17.
17 million. How many went across the Atlantic slave? I've just circled that.
11.
11 million went to the European slave trade, went from West Africa over to the Americas. 17. John Zuma puts it up towards 19 to 21 million if you conclude all the East Coast slavery. So you're talking about anywhere from 11, let's just say 17 for now, though. So we'll go with Lovejoy's and Austin's numbers. Why haven't we heard about that 17 million? Why have we only heard about the 11 million?
Well, because there is an agenda,
Huge agenda. And what's more, what's fascinating to me is when you look at those numbers, the 11 million, that happened in a period of 1480 to 1880. 1807 is when slavery was first eradicated there in Britain by William Wilberforce and the Clapham sect, all because of their Christian ideas. They looked at the Bible, and the Clapham sect quoted the Bible. Galatians 3, verse 28, there is no difference between Jew or Greek, man or woman, slave or free, all are equal in Jesus Christ. They looked also at Philemon, the book of Philemon, especially verse 16, which is very clear. Paul sends back a slave to Onesimus. He sends it back and he says, this is your slave. You are to return back to your master. And then he writes to the the master. That's what he says. This, Philemon, and he says, this is your slave, but he's no longer your slave in verse 16. He now is your brother in Christ. Redefines the whole relationship of slave to be brothers in Christ. This is way before, we're talking about the first century where Paul was writing this. This was long before the emancipation of slavery or the whole emancipation movement came into being. So you can see that this is because of these verses that you had enormous reaction in places like Britain and places like Europe, all over Europe, because once it started in Britain, it then moved across.
Now, I want y'all to pay attention to something. This man is going out of his way to say that, hey, Europeans weren't the only people slaving people. And it's funny because now the more I look into this, the more I see them having conversations about who did more enslaving, and it's as if we're still commodities being discussed outside of ourselves. And that right there really bothers me. Like the way they talk about it so nonchalantly and trying to push blame on this way, no. And it goes back to how were they able to do this? They would not have been able to do this if they didn't have our assistance on both sides. But let's continue.
And had a rippling effect. Now I want to put up the graph again. I want to go up to these differences between, this is what John Azuma found, between Islamic slave raids and transatlantic slave raids.
Now he's going to break down the differences between the Islamic slave trade. Now pay attention, because I want us to understand something here. There was I read something and I didn't believe it, where they said that a lot with the Arabs, with the Arab slave trade, we were giving our little girls to these men at first for sex. Our fathers were selling us for sex, for material things, it was no war then. It was more so they wanted to get whatever these people were bringing in, whatever commodity that these Arabs or Asians were bringing in, they wanted it, and they were giving their daughters up for that.
Looked at the historical record, just looking at the raids, these are how they got up. He noticed that the Islamic raids, 2 out of 3 of the slaves were women. In the European transatlantic slave, 2 out of 3 slaves were men. Why were the men going to cross over to Caribbean and America and also to South America, and women going up to the Islamic world? Any idea?
Well, of course, I want to just use, the fact that they take him as a, like as a possession, basically, like what your right hand possessed, for instance, according to Quran, to have children from them and to use them for sex and other things.
Absolutely. And when you look at the whole economies of both the South America and, of course, southern United States and the Caribbean, that's where the plantations were. Plantations take an awful lot of work. They take an awful lot of manual labor. You need lots of manual labor. Right. That's why you had to have large workforces. And so all the slaves coming from West Africa were used as workers. They needed men to do that work. But they needed women also to have families with them so they could procreate and have children. So they kept families intact. There were no plantations in the Middle East. They didn't have plantations. They didn't need men. So 2 to 3 of all the slaves, of the 17 million, 2 to 3 of them were women. What did they do with the men?
They probably killed the men.
They killed them. They had no...
Ooh.
That's not true. That's not true. They had breeding farms. You remember that?
Who had breeding farms? The Arabs?
No, Americans.
Well, he was saying... Okay, which part?
He's right about the Arabs, though.
Let me back up because I want to see what she said. I must have missed something. I'm sorry. Forgive me, comment section. Put a 1 if you still love me. I'm just going to back up a little bit because put a 1 if you still love me.
The breeding farms was in the South.
That was
in the U.S.
In the U.S.
Not in the Caribbean.
Yeah. So let me go back because I agree with you. I mean, if that's what he said, then that's not right. But I want to make sure I hear it right.
Of
Yeah,
work.
but he's right about
They
the
take an
Arabs,
awful
though.
lot of manual labor. You need lots of manual labor. And that's why you had to have large workforces. And so all the slaves coming from West Africa were used as workers. They needed men to do that work. But they needed women also to have families with them so they could procreate and have children. So they kept families intact.
May I ask a question?
You said they kept families intact. No, y'all
They did not.
moved them over.
First
Stop.
of all,
That's a damn
they
lie.
had.
That's a
Listen,
damn lie.
yeah, he's trying to
Make it seem like the
soften
European slave trade was
the
icy.
more civil.
Was civil.
No, but see, the issue is this: both are guilty. Both are guilty. The white guy is trying to minimize his guilt by saying whose plight was worse than what oppressor was worse than the other, and they're both as heinous.
Right.
That's the crazy part. So the Arab guy, the question should be to him: why couldn't you marry your own women? Why did you have to go enslave, rape these women and make them your concubines and have children with them? See, that's why the allegiance to the Muslim is kind of warped, because you're like, oh, I enslaved you, but I married you. I didn't just rape you like the Americans, like the British, the Europeans did. I didn't just rape you. I also married you. I made you a family member.
I mean, we
So
were
then your
trying to
allegiance
put families
is
together. That's a lie.
it's no family. It's no family. See, this is how you know the warped perception of both of these oppressors. They're both oppressors. See, this is the part that just drives me to drink in a sense. Whereas one is trying to qualify the action of the oppression, and by saying, "Oh well, we weren't as bad as you are," and the Arab is saying, "Well, at least we married them. You guys didn't. At least we married them. Don't who?" But you're both guilty of human trafficking, and they weren't slaves. They were not. Was there servitude on the continent? Hold on a second, Speedy.
This part right here is the part that kills me when he goes in. We were trying to keep the families together.
No family. There was no family.
Amina.
Go ahead, Miss Fidi, and then I'll.
Sorry. I was just going to say, obviously, it's clear what he's trying to do, which is very wrong, because you cannot try
He's trying to
and
wash
make
his hands of the blood, Miss Speedy. I get it. I understand what he's trying to do.
Yeah, but I was also going to say that we cannot also neglect or ignore the fact that the Arabs' method was the most.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, it was the most savage, because we cannot find a trace of any of those 17 million people in the Arab world right now. So
Well,
in
it's not like they
reality,
kept
there
pristine
was.
records like that, and the only one who kept records for the most part is Crystal Colombo. You know, the Europeans have they wrote about their exploits. They're big on it because they needed that pride to show, hey, this is what I've done. This is who I am. But go ahead.
I want to before you do that, Kwawe, Akala, thank you for the super chat. I truly love it. Thank you. I appreciate you. Much love to you. I miss you all. I promise you. Everybody in the comment section.
Yeah, but
those of us on here, I miss these discussions. I'm so happy tonight. So share the video, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't, and let's get more people on here. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Thank you again. Okay.
Yeah, but what y'all not understanding is that the Arabs whitewashed. After they finish using the woman and have the babies, they whitewashed. Okay, in Africa right now, 80% is Muslim. Okay, and everybody's keeping silent right now about it, not realizing that the Arabs are going to dominate. Everybody looking at China, America is the Arabs, and they're doing it in a silent way, coming back in, and we're not talking about it.
But they never
because
left.
we are not talking about it because they are doing.
They never left.
Sorry.
And not that. I'm sorry, SP. Go ahead. When you're done, I want to make a statement to what she said. Go ahead.
we are not talking about it because they are doing it through religion. And imagine a religion, okay, imagine a religion that from when you're a child, an infant, you've been indoctrinated. You know, you grow up thinking that anybody that tells you anything against that religion is your enemy. So that's why do you think what is going on in every part of, especially West Africa, Nigeria, and all that? So the problem is that they are doing it in a different way through religion. Tell me any single black majority country in Africa that is an Islamic country or Muslim country that has ever stood up to Saudi Arabia or any Arab country.
None.
They can't. But as much as we acknowledge all the damages that some Christianity have done, but we cannot also deny the fact that most of the people that are challenging this Western whatever neocolonialism, they are also Christians. So I'm not saying one is better than the other, but we have to.
It's funny because you're right, Speedy. Both of them did what they did, and both forced
But
themselves.
one does not give you the chance to change. One does not give you the chance to think. You know, it's because you've been indoctrinated from as a child, and the method of indoctrination is different. So we cannot say they are the same. One does not give you look at right now.
It's not the same, but one is not better than the other, Speedy.
I mean, let me ask you something, Speedy. How did the Christians get as much power as they did? Did you forget how they did it?
Terror.
Sorry.
They terrorized just as others. They were just as cruel. And did you forget how Christianity made its way throughout the world?
They use the Bible as its mean that you're supposed to be it's good for you to be subjugated, and you're honoring God by being subjugated.
And to those that didn't hear that, they used the sword.
That's right.
Crusade.
Exactly. That is, crusade was also more. It has its own history. It was more like a pushback. But the thing is that I'm not saying that what some of these people did is right. I'm only saying that at least one had there was a chance for people to be able to rise up and also express themselves in one, whereas the other one you cannot do that. There's a chance for people to rise up and push back in
So
one.
you think in
The other one
Christianity
you can't.
there's more freedom? Is that what
Sorry?
you're saying? You're saying in Christianity there's more freedom to do.
Exactly. Even if you know that people, you can push back, you can rise up, you can even fight. But in the other one, you dare not. Or the whole, so I don't see it as the same.
I think there's another aspect. The spiritual aspect of Christianity is stronger than Islam, because spiritually you feel like you have free will. You feel like you're doing it. It's an internal thing where I'm not going to fight you because you look like Jesus.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the clip now before we get into another deep one. But I think that itself, because when you think about the fact that, somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Miss G that said something about how, I wanted to respond to her, but it looks like she's gone. But I wanted to say this. A lot of us are welcoming the connection with the Arabs because we want light-skinned babies. We want our babies to be Arabs. And that's because we're bleaching. We're bleaching like it makes no, like it's like if we don't change our color, that it's going to be. I mean, please, a lot of us are welcoming the connection between other races to have babies with, because we want that. We want our babies to look like them. So that right there is probably what we've been doing. We've been trying to level up when it comes as far as to complexion. I'm just saying, that's just the reality. There's no reason why, if that's not true, then why are we selling so much bleaching cream?
There you go.
Why sometimes they can't even get enough made to get to us on time? Why is now people boiling their skin off? Y'all seen that video? Everybody's seen that video. That woman sitting in that hot water with some bleach in it, scraping her damn skin off. So so this right here, it has, like I always go back to this. It's not about what they're doing. It's the fact that we're welcoming it, because there are aspects about them that we want. And if they spit in our face for us to get there, by the time they get to the point where they spit in our face, it's too late. We've already let them in. Let me just continue this clip, and thank you guys. I think that was we went in on that, but I truly believe that, like you said earlier, Mina, he's just trying to justify the European slave trade, and the Arab is agreeing with him for whatever reason. But this right here is him just wholly making his defense. Like, why isn't anybody mad at Islam? That's what he's saying. Why is everybody mad at Christians for enslaving people? And we've already, well, let's continue listening. Because his argument is that these are Christians, both of them, even the Islam guy. He's no longer Islam. He's now into Christianity. So he's pushing the narrative of why is everybody more able to understand, to deal with Islam, but when it comes to Christianity, a lot of people still stand in a place that Christianity played a big part in the slave trade.
I'm surprised he's talking, the Muslim, because the Arab Muslim, because in Islam, you convert from Islam to Christianity, they kill you.
Well, I think he's somewhere in the States or whatever, and
he has to be in some Western country, because he could not be in the Arab world. He would not.
If you look at his hand, he got a tattoo on that hand. That man is he might
they're both on the side, on the same.
That's the hustle. That's the hustle.
Dr. Clark said that if the Arab made the African think
right
that he was helping him get the Christian off his back, but the Arab ends up replacing the Christian on his back.
Shout out to Dr. Clark, one of my favorite ancestors. Yes. Okay, so let me go ahead, play the clip. Thank you. Love you, Amina.
Lots of manual labor. And that's why you had to have large workforces. And so all the slaves coming from West Africa were used as workers. They needed men to do that work, but they needed women also to have families with them so they could procreate and have children. So they kept families intact. There were no plantations in the Middle East. They didn't have plantations. They didn't need men. So 2 to 3 of all the slaves, of the 17 million, 2 to 3 of them were women. What did they do with the men?
They probably killed the men.
They killed them. They had no news for them. The only men they needed were those men that took care of the harems, or the harems.
That's right.
Take care of women. And they were castrated. Dr. John Azuma says that of those who were castrated, 85% of them never made the trip. They died of their wounds. It was so crude. And because of that, it was a brutal slave trade. Now, why haven't we heard this before? Why has this never been brought into the public sphere?
Like I said, it appears that there is an agenda to associate Christianity with slavery only.
Now, let's go back to that. Let's put up that slide again.
On
the
true.
transatlantic slave trade, the mortality.
What were you saying, sis? I don't want to.
That's not true. People do not only, historians know that Christianity is not just synonymous with slavery. Arabism was also synonymous with slavery, because the Arabs were doing it 1,000 years before the European ever reached the continent of Africa.
That's it. But I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of our people that don't know about the Arab slave trade.
And that is
there's a lot of our people that don't even understand that it's still happening.
And
that is
him trying
dangerous.
to minimize the white guy trying to minimize the 20 million is injurious in and of itself, trying to lessen the blow. It is what it is. You lessening them it's a Holocaust. Not just a genocide. It's a Holocaust.
That's our Auschwitz.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I wish you could. I understand what you're saying, and obviously everybody knows that the white guy is trying to make himself make what they did look a bit different and better. But the fact is that it's all bad, but also we must also understand that he has a point. He has a point when he's talking about the Arab slave trade. I'm not, I'm not looking. I've just agreed that everything is saying to try and minimize whatever happened with the transatlantic slave trade is just crap. But he has a point when he's I'm listening more of the Arab, because that is something that we are still facing right now in its most not maybe as brutal as it was then, but now it's still going on, and the way they are doing it is different. And we need to understand that we should not just only focus on the Europeans alone. We need to look at these people that even began this thing before the Europeans came on board.
So why are we trusting them? Why are we sitting in the AU with them when these people are still taking our people over to Mauritania, over to Dubai, over to all these Arab nations and still enslaving them? We're treating them like
These people love our women so much. Do you know there's a lady who came back?
They don't love us.
No, sorry. Let me not use love. They want, like the way he said it, like a possession. They want the women like a. So, like you see what happened to that lady I saw recently. Her name is Betty. You can look for her on YouTube. Her story is there. She's a Kenyan. This lady is a TikToker. So when she got there, she was busy doing TikTok with all the Arab guys that she could find, and just like what you said, trying to. I don't know if it's a fascination for Arab men or whatever. Then, and one of the friends who went with her there also exposed that she probably was. We don't know how true it is, but that's what she said, that she was laying with some of those men. And when the Arab, according to their religion and their beliefs, they don't value. They can even take the life of a lady that they feel that she does those kind of things. So after using her, they injected her with stuff and made her very sick because they saw her as someone without value. So she was very sick. She could not walk. She was like totally different, and she was looking for help to come back to Kenya. To go back to Kenya. So right now she's in Kenya, but she was very sick. She could not walk. She could not talk. So the thing is that these people are we should not look at it with the same lens, and we should also focus on it more because it is going on and they are using, I don't know how to say it. I'm just a bit more passionate about it right now.
Well, I can tell you. The issue is this. They're both horrible. Now I have another one, a couple more to add to the equation. The European Jew also played a pivotal role in the economic benefit and advancement of human kidnapping. I'm not going to call African slaves because they weren't slaves. Did they have
that they were the ones that had the slave ships? They had the corner on that.
They were the money changers. They were the bankers facilitating the whole business of human trafficking.
Now, when you look at this list that I'm putting up here, these are the names of the owners of the slave ships and what they were in ethnicity. Take a look at that. Go ahead, Amina. I'm sorry.
No. It's very good because now you get a illustration right before your eyes who these people were. They're not. Look, in every aspect where it comes to our oppression, they are tethered to it. The Arab, the so-called Jew, and the European. They're tethered to our Holocaust, to our oppression. And with the Arab, he says to them both, well, at least I married them and gave them a sense of, but we're family. And so what you do for me, you're not doing it only because of our belief system, Islam, but you're doing it out of loyalty to family. That's something that the European would not even consider you. They just look at you as something to take. You're disposable.
I want to
say like Jefferson did to Sally Hemings.
I want to say this because we need to. Somebody just put something in the comment section, and I want to. Grace Kelly, you are the bomb. You are so right. I'm gonna tell you this. They know nobody will come to rescue them. Now let's talk about the Arabs. The Arabs were enslaving white women at first. Do we know that?
Yes.
Do you know why they stopped enslaving white women?
Because they had an uprising. There was an uprising defending them at some point.
Well, because they know that white men is not going to allow it.
Right. Even though they mistreated their white women, they're not going to allow somebody else to mistreat their women. The Moors didn't mistreat them. They married them. They gave them a life better than they had with their own white men. That's
Now,
the difference.
Do you think the United Nations would have Arabs sitting in there if they were enslaving white women?
Never.
Anywhere. Be it that they were British, they were Danish, they were Russian, they were Ukrainian, any white women. Do you think that they would have these people sitting somewhere?
No.
If we have them sitting with us in the AU, talking about they're a part of Africa.
They are not.
And these same people are going back home and treating our East African sisters like slaves.
No, like trash. Basura. That's what they're treating them like. Like they're not human. They don't have a right to human rights because that's how they treat their own women. You have to look at how
they be even allowed to sit around us and act like they're making decisions on behalf of Africa for us. How do these people care about Africa? At least Black Africa.
They don't.
What kind of when they're sitting there making decisions and they're voting, and who are they voting for? They don't even see us as humans. They don't treat us like human beings. They don't value our humanity. But they're next to us voting on causes and decisions that's going to impact us all. Why? And now, that comes to, that on top of it, y'all had the audacity to deny the Haitians a seat. And I keep saying that because I'm telling you, if it wasn't for the Haitians, all of Africa would still be colonized and enslaved.
Yes, that's true. And America.
But the Haitians couldn't get a seat. But Israel got a seat. And those damn North Africans that are still enslaving our people have many seats.
That's right. So what does that tell you?
But Gina, don't forget, it's not all the African nations that it's just the majority of those.
But who didn't oppose it? But who stood in defense of Haiti getting a seat? None of them. Yeah. Why? You know why?
Yeah.
Because if you side for Haiti, who's coming after you? The United States is coming after you. France is coming after you. They're all coming after you. They all still are making Haiti pay. And you guys y'all just do your dance and sit and for your 30 shekels of silver, you comply. And that's wrong. If you don't stand up for your own people, they can run roughshod all over you.
I don't even care about the Europeans making Haiti pay. What hurts me is how our own people are making Haiti pay.
That's my point.
How? Because you see, they don't have to feed us, but we have to feed ourselves. You see, I understand. I'm not mad at Europeans for taking their position. Self-preservation is a must. What I'm mad at is Africans taking the positions that they did. Sometimes even us here in America, nobody looks at Haiti. I'm telling you something. I don't know why I'm talking about Haiti right now, but I'm telling you something. Haiti should not be under the condition it's in.
No.
All Black nations should be rising up and saying, fuck that, leave Haiti alone.
That's right. But they're not.
Because that's what Haiti did for all Black nations.
That's right. Even in America.
And so, because I don't know. It just tells me something. How are we? And it says something about ourselves.
Yes.
Everybody knows what's happening in Mauritania. Everybody knows what's happening in Dubai and in all those Arab places. We know what's happening to Black people in those spaces. So for you to come and sit next to me in the AU, which represents Africa, and sit there and make decisions that's going to affect Africa, knowing how you treat me in your house. Come on, man. How can I eat with you? How can I eat with you? Allow you to make me think we're making decisions together for the greater good of what? Of who? Enough of these games, man. Enough of these games. We play too much with people, man. We play too much with people, and we need to stop saying they're doing their best. No, they're not. Our leaders are not doing their best, because how could you sit there and allow slavery to continue? Do you not understand that the fact that slavery existed at all is the reason why people, the fact that we were enslaving ourselves, for one, is the fact that other people don't respect us, is the fact that other people got their foothold into our spaces and treated us worse than we were treating ourselves, even sometimes, maybe even sometimes better, from what I heard. Until we respect ourselves, appreciate ourselves, and treat each other like humans, and demand our humanity by saying, I mean, how are you sitting in here with me, and when you go back home, you have a person that looks like me, and you're shitting on them, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, they are treating these people like they take these women and they make them sleep with animals. They women and they gang rape them. They treat them like whatever. They stick things inside of them and kill them that way. They're doing all kinds of things to them, slaving them, in every way, treating them like trash. And we are sitting here talking about how, I can't even talk about the fact that we take on their belief system. I'm just gonna keep my mouth closed on that one, because I'm in shock. I just don't understand how we pray with somebody that's, when they go home, they're treating us like trash. How we sit down and we eat and we pray and we act like we got the same. Do God not love us? Are we the stepchildren to every God? Okay, I'm gonna let somebody. Can we go on with the clip? I'm getting a little too much.
No, it's okay.
No, go ahead, Miss City, real quick, and then I'm gonna go to the. I don't want to cut you off. I'm sorry, my brother.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna confirm a little bit. Give you a little bit more information on what you were saying. Like, do you know recently there's a man called Sanusi Lamido. He's a Fulani man from Nigeria, and he's one of the most respected. He's an Islamic scholar, and apart from being an Islamic scholar, he was the former central bank governor of Nigeria. And also, right now, he's the leader of the Tijaniya sect. Tijaniya sect is one of the sects in the Islam. They are all the way from Morocco, Algeria, up to the entire West Africa. So it's a very huge sect in Islam of Africa. So even I think they spread up to the Middle East. But you see, recently there were reports of his son being racially, harassed in Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, that's the point. These people. Maybe if they see him, they can't treat him that way because he will have all the entourage and all the. But his son, who probably they didn't know whose son he is, was being racially harassed in Saudi Arabia. So that's the problem. And we are here thinking that these people see us as one because of the beliefs and the religion. And I also wanted to say, for example, that lady, I know I keep on coming back to this. We need to also have personal accountability. And also, there was a time I was, very down financially before, many years ago, probably like some 10, 11 years ago. Then I really wanted to, I had the opportunity to go to Dubai, but I refused. From as far back as then, I had already known because I've always been aware of these things. And I said no. And I'm here. I'm much, 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 much better than where I was then. But I didn't go to Dubai. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we need personal accountability and responsibility. Like this lady I was telling you about, that is right now in Qatar. If anything happens to her tomorrow, am I obligated to feel sorry for her after trying to convince her and trying to let her know that she doesn't need to do that? And she was telling me that it doesn't matter, that what she's doing, where she's going is different and all that. So I don't know. I feel like also we need personal accountability.
We need personal accountability, but they're making Africa so and some people are living in such conditions that they're willing to get in the ocean and die. They know that that's an option. They know that they may not make it across, and they still choose death because life is so hard for them. And where is that coming back? It goes back to the people that are in power, that are sitting in those damn spaces with these people that they know that aren't our friends, sitting there making decisions that do not impact Africa in a positive way. People will always be trying to go to other places, hoping that they can live through it. What they're doing is they're knowing there's danger, but they're just like the Haitians that get on the boats. The other day, there was a group of Haitians that lost their lives because they were trying to get over. A bunch of young people, they understood that 50% of the option was that they would not make it over. But guess what? Because life is so hard that these people are basically playing Russian roulette, hoping that they can live through it. Why are our people hoping that they can live through it? That should not even be the thing. And we are sitting on all the resources on the face of the earth. I don't care where we are on this planet. We should all be secure. People should see us and say, oh, they come from that great continent. That's why they're doing so well. Wherever we are, we should be covered, protected, and financially secure because we come from a continent that feeds all other continents. And that's what we don't get. We don't get that. We don't get that. We should not even have to work on this earth. Our people are responsible for the human beings that are all over this world. If it wasn't for us, they would not be. We should not have to. The whole world should be paying tithes to us. But instead, we're paying tithes to everyone. Okay, let's continue with the clip.
Mortality rate was about 10%. And we heard about that all the time. I remember hearing all the time how terrible they were. And they were awful that 10% lost their lives transshipping across the Atlantic. Mm-hmm. What about the Islamic slave trade? According to the statistics that John Azuma came across, the mortality rate was between 80 to 90% in transit. Horrendous when you do a comparison. That's why the numbers are devastating when you look at the numbers side by side.
That's right.
I said earlier that the whole reason for the slave trade to the Arab world was transatlantic was agriculture, whereas in the case, and you mentioned it for the Islamic trade, the purpose was mainly for sexual exploitation. Now, here we get probably to the most devastating part, and this is the next category. When you look at the Atlantic slave trade, we can pretty well know where.
I have some time today. I'm going to stop right here because he said many of it was for sexual exploitation.
That's not true.
He said going into the Arab world. He said going into the Arab world, that was the reason for it. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know. I don't think it was true for us here with the transatlantic slave trade. Although I beg to differ because so many of us. When you look at our DNA, we don't. They didn't just bring us over here and just let us breed with each other, like he said, and we just kept families together. No, they were coming in there and raping us whenever they had the opportunity.
Absolutely.
So I believe maybe it was a little bit of that here too. It wasn't just in the Arab because they got us just as pregnant. They all in our DNA. I just shared my DNA with you guys. 20%. What did we see? Soon as they got into Africa, around 1525, what did they do?
Rape the women.
All of them. Their DNA, there is not, I can't find one that did not participate. And so for me, that right there, and I want to speak to that because you see, for me, I want to understand something here. How did that begin? Them coming in, and young girls were being traded. They came in. They said they only want young girls, and we allowed it.
I don't think it was as black and white as that. I think they used when they intermarried with forcibly or not, with African women and said, "Hey, it's not rape. I married her." You know, and then there's like, I would say, there's a issue because you're like, okay, well, the rapist is now my family. So there is a, contradiction, but yet, there's a issue of like, should I kill him even though he raped my child?
Mm.
But then they start, growing into practice, usually saying, oh, it's not that, it's not rape. I married her, so it's not what you think.
Mm.
So you're trying to play it off like it's one thing under a guise of, oh, they married them. So that makes everything right after you rape them. Because, like, biblically, it says if you rape a woman, that's considered marriage. It's like you married them. Because sex is a connotation of joining, and it's a union of joining families, and sex is for procreation, not for pleasure. But they weren't doing it for that. They were using it as a way to do what they wanted. They weren't raping their own women. They weren't using their own women as concubines. And they did it under the guise of, well, we're all one people, because now you convert to Islam, you have to convert to Islam, or else you won't be seen as family. Yeah, he's not, because if anything else, you'll be considered as an infidel. You're not under God. You don't have the protection. Oh, because you don't believe in what I believe, you're going to have to convert. Then they end up converting. But Dr. Clark always talked about how Ethiopia saved Islam. It wasn't the Arab.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just when we can't recognize our own hand in facilitating terrorism, that, and trying to make trying to make nice with it, that's very disturbing for me. If you can't admit you're wrong and try to do things to correct the wrong,
doing it again and again
and again. You are, and it is.
I want to show you guys a picture, and I want you to tell me if you know who this is.
I don't know who that is.
Is this not? Is he a Nigerian? I don't know if he's that same person that.
Everybody, no, he's not Nigerian.
Okay.
But he looks like a Nigerian, right? That just shows you how closely we're related.
There's this guy called Zazaki, so I was thinking he's the one, but I'm not sure.
Abdul bin Tahadik?
This guy's name is Tipu Tip.
Oh, Mali.
We all should know who Tipu Tip is. No, he's not Malinian.
He's not?
No, I believe
Malian.
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, you said Malinian, so I was trying to tell you it's Malian.
Yeah, but he's not. He's from I believe he's from Kenya or East Africa somewhere. But this guy right here was the biggest slave trader during the Arab slave trade around prior to the transatlantic. He showed them everything they needed to know. And he was darker than this, trust me.
It's Tanzania, because he was from Zanzibar.
I can't play this video because it's copyright, but I want you guys to do you see this channel? If you want to go, you could watch this video. It was one of the best videos I've seen on it. But she's saying you could tell she's angry at Black men. I guess I would be too watching this. But it tells she really did a lot of research, and this right here, if you can't see it, write it down, go look for it later. I want you guys to watch this video. And I want you to understand that these Arabs that was trading look like us. for the most part. Knowing that, understanding that, and then I want you, it's not over, because I want you to go look at this video. Like I said, it's copywritten. I don't want to get any, I don't know if it's copywritten, but I want to share her channel because I didn't get authorization to. But I want you to write down it's Arab Black Men Slave Trader, Tipu Tip.
I heard of him, and I heard that he also buried Africans, kidnapped Africans into the house, to the walls of his house. He buried them. He buried them in between the walls of his home.
I want you to read, but he wasn't alone, but he was the most wealthy of all of them. Mm-hmm. But guess what? We always talk about Mansa Musa, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're so proud of Mansa Musa.
No, I've not me. I think I've always made that.
You're wiser than me, because well, as soon as I found out, I was like, he was a big, he played a part too, y'all. He was like the richest man that ever lived, yeah, because he sold your ass.
Wow.
See, it's just like now we look at these rappers that's cussing women out, and these people that don't have no respect for the community or no love, give nothing back, and we give them so much love, and we're so proud of them, and we can't wait to share videos and go, oh, this is the person. This is the person. Look at them. Look at what we were doing. Not even understanding that white people are laughing at us because they know the history. He the richest man that ever lived because he sold your ass.
And the ivory trades and all that. That's why you can't find West Africa had just as much wild, elephants, rhinos, everything. But those are the people that were responsible for killing all those animals, and for trading their tusk, these ivory trades and all that.
Somebody said, see the link.
But what about the human?
Here's the link for her video, y'all. I'm sure I could put it in the comment section. Those of you that are interested, did I put the right one? No, that's probably not. Skip that. You don't want that link. Don't go to that link, because that's only going to take you to the video. Let me do this. I don't want to start this video, but I'm just going to start it so I could get the right link for y'all real quick. I don't want it to play per se. I'll put the link in here. Her channel has some, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. When you go on this channel, she's a little angry at black men with reason, because she feels like, and I see her channels, basically it's really that she feels like black men drop the ball and black women are protected. But this video was very insightful about Tipu Tip. Yeah, just copy it if you can. I don't know if you guys could copy from the comment section.
I'm starting to think Adam is a black man. The biblical Adam.
But he didn't consider himself as a black man. Most of them who are sort of admixtured with Arabs consider themselves Arab. They did not. They don't consider themselves African. It's an insult to call them African.
No, I said Adam, the biblical Adam, because when God asked him, according to the Bible, I know some of us don't believe all that, but for the sake of the conversation, when God asked him, why did you do this? And the first thing he said was, it's because of the woman. So, and that's why some of these guys that call themselves manosphere, one of the things that I look, not all of them, but many of them. So one of the things that irritates me is how they are trying to point fingers instead of take responsibilities. Even if you say that you're angrier because of the morals of some of the women of these days, you should be able to say, okay, we won't go for women like this. We will marry women that are like this. That is how you you influence the, that is how you force the other women to now align with, because they also want to get married. But when you come out here and start fighting like a woman, you're calling names and I don't believe in all that.
Yeah.
I believe that you need to take responsibility first as a man,
Whatever
and
that. And what exactly does that mean, Miss Speedy? As a
yeah,
man,
like
what exactly does that mean?
yeah, you need to understand that if there's any perception of failure on your wife or on the woman, it's a reflection of your own failure.
Mm.
So you
Wow.
cannot just, yeah, you don't need to come out and start. You just make moves,
You know what,
or
guys? I'm gonna play this video. Let's do it. Fuck it.
You are looking at
Let's look at this video. I'm gonna have to email her. I'm gonna have to email you, sis. Shout out to this. Please subscribe to her channel. I'll put the link in the description. Subscribe to her channel. She has a great channel. Like I said, I honestly believe that the sister is kind of angry at black men, but with reason. So we're gonna play this, and you guys make sure you subscribe to her channel. I'm gonna put the link right here in the description. Okay, help me out and subscribe to her channel. Go ahead.
is the face of a slave trader, an Arab slave trader. When black people think about slavery, the Arab slave trade, you'll hear some of them online saying the Arabs, the motherfuckers enslaved us. Well, first of all, not every American black person is a descendant of a slave that was enslaved by Arabs.
She's gonna go through a lot of angry statements, so go through, listen to it, and then let's get to she's gonna get to the facts real soon. It's not a long video.
Also, again, when people think of
but make sure you do some research on Tipple Tip, because when I was finished watching this video, I went and did the long, I couldn't find a video, but I found some written facts, and this man was just, he was the epitome of what happened to us in Africa, why we are the way we are now, why things are so conflicted, and what's happening right now in the AU with the leaders. This is the type of leader we have all over Africa, all over the world, really.
Arab slave trade or a slave owner, they usually are thinking of people that look like this. Now, these people are mixed race people. This is who they think of, the sheikhs and all of them. This is who they think enslaved them, people that look like that, when in fact, it is people that look like this. Being Arab, now I know my video about the men I thought were attractive, I said the other races and I included Arab, but technically being Arab it's not really a race, it's an ethnic group. You can look any kind of way and be Arab. In fact, the original Arabs are black. They are black people that mixed with Turks. And a lot of their descendants, a large percentage, are biracial. That's all it is, ancient biracials. But in fact, 70 to 80% of Arabs reside in Africa. In Africa. So when you hear they talk about Arabs enslaving Africans and people get so emotional and they keep thinking it's them Arabs that look like sheikhs. No, it's people that look like they can be your damn daddy or grandfather or maybe even some of you. You know, the only difference between some Arabs and black people is that one is speaking Arabic and the other is speaking a different language. Yes, in Africa, you can see a difference between the features. You have some of them who have more stereotypically Negroid features, and Arabs have different features. They all have dark skin. Black people do not all look the same. Also, before I get into this man, you have some Hebrew Israelites who will talk about the Arabs come from Ishmael, and they make it sound like these people are a different total race. But they believe you are what your father is. Ishmael's mother was Hagar, but his father, I cannot remember the name of the father. I haven't read my Bible in a while. I would have had said Judah, but it's not Judah. is it Abraham? I'm not 100% sure, but it's a black man. And if you are what your father is, and Ishmael's father was black, and he's the father of the Arabs, then technically that would mean Arabs are black people because they descend from a black man. But you know, a lot of them are not going to agree with what I just said. But yes, what you're looking at is a face of a black man who speaks Arabic and descended from some Arab people, but he's still black, who was a slave trader. In 1874, an English explorer wrote, "Africa is bleeding out of her lifeblood at every pore." There was a lot of shit going down in Africa. While your ancestors were enslaved here in the Americas and Latin America and the Caribbean, there was shit going on with black men in Africa. Some people wonder, well, why come they never tried to get us during slavery? Why come this ain't happening? Because it was a lot of shit going down in Africa. You know, and no one wants to imagine that the person doing it is black. So
I'm pausing this. I'm putting her link again in the description. Make sure you subscribe to your channel. Let her know that I shared her video and that you appreciate it. Subscribe to her channel, please.
What is this man's name again? The man you're looking at, his name is Tipu Tip. Now, I could have sworn Brooklyn Blue, aka Kendall St. Charles, I could have sworn she brung up this man's name before. I'm not 100% sure. But his name is Tipu Tip. And his real name is, now I might not say this right, is Hamed bin Muhammad bin Jumbin Rajib El Marajibi. He was an Arab slave trader, again, and he enslaved many black people. And a lot of black people, like I said, they just can't imagine that that the so-called Arab enslaving the people looks like him. So Tipu Tip got his name because of the sounds of his guns, but his name also means the gatherer of wealth. He ended up being a very wealthy man. Now, he was born in Zanzibar, and Zanzibar is kind of off the coast of Tanzania, Africa, and he was a slave trader in Central Africa, the Congo area, in Eastern Congo, and East Africa. He was born in 1832. His mother was a Muscat Arab of the ruling class. Now let's look at let me see what I can find. What do some of these Muscat Arabs look like? Well, let's look. His father and grandfather were also Arab traders from the Swahili coast. Now, the Swahili people, they will either identify as African or Asian, but let's look at what do Swahili people look like. His great grandma was a respected member of the Muscat Oman family, the Omanis. Let's look at what do these Omani Arabs look like? Well, let's look at some of them. Wow, don't some of them look like maybe they can fit right in the Caribbean and Black America? He also has Bantu lineage. Bantus are black people. In fact, I remember reading something where East Africans, like Ethiopians and stuff, they might refer to somebody as a Bantu, meaning the black person. It can sometimes be derogatory. But yes, Bantus are black. So he came from well-to-do people in that region.
Now, when you look at this man, he clearly is a black man, ain't he?
Definitely. Dr. Henry Louis Gates, during his trek of Africa over like 10 years ago, he went to Zanzibar and he interviewed the niece or grandniece of Tipu Tip.
Mm-hmm.
And she talked about him, and she talked about how she was very apologetic and sorrowful of the history of her relative, Tipu Tip.
Wow, I got to see that.
And how she talked about how he would walk these Africans from all over. They would do it from all over Africa,
But
Central.
it wasn't just East Africa. He
No.
was going all over. West
Yeah.
Africa,
It
East
was a
Africa.
business. And that's what she said. She said it was a business. It wasn't personal. It was a business. It was a business decision. She says the issue is either you get involved in the business of human trafficking, or you be a casualty of human kidnapping or human enslavement. These people were not slaves first. They were kidnapped and put in enslavement, human trafficking.
They were kidnapped by our own people. So he was basically the kidnap crew.
And the difference is in this sense, the Arab is very cunning. He'll say, we're brothers. You're not them and they're not you. You have no tie to them. You're tied to me. And as my family and as an allegiance to me, this is what you do. And because of our belief and our belief system, see, they use religion just like the Christian use religion. But the difference is that the Arab married the African as a way of bamboozling them into thinking, oh, we're family. No.
So even though he had, you see, his breakdown, he had Bantu, he had Swahili, he had whatever. He only held on to that one little percentage of the
Arab.
Yeah.
And he considered himself Arab, not African.
He was willing to put his Bantu, his all his tribes into slavery because he wrapped himself around this Arabness.
Yes, he cloaked himself in Arabism. Yes, he did. It's disgusting.
I want to welcome you, Nessa. I agree with you 100%, sis. I agree with you. I'm just, to be honest with you, I'm really, fire, icon fire. Welcome to the conversation. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about. Now, anybody that did not see this video from the very beginning, and before I say that, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and share this video to your social medias, guys. I'm trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. Icon Fire. This video is really me breaking down my genetics update from CRI Genetics. It's really interesting. I know some of my tribes. This is really some, and really what we're into now is we went into the conversation about East Africa because I found out I had the Luya tribe of Kenya, and I didn't understand because I thought at first, I was always told that West Africa was, where most of the slaves went to. So I didn't expect to see any East Africa. To be honest with you, I know that through my ancient DNA, I probably would have had East Africa but not something within the, first 5 generations. I didn't think I was going to have any East Africa. So when Kenya came up, I started doing some research and I bumped into this guy, Tipu Tip, which was really disgusting to me. And it just made me realize a lot of times when we're talking about Arabs, the Arabs came. Well, this was an Arab that came. As a matter of fact, he is responsible, from what I hear, for 60%. Because he had a train of groups of people out there. He collected, he had 60% of what was of the slaves that were being taken out of the continent. This man and his entourage profited from. Go ahead, Icon Fire. Welcome to the conversation. Can't hear you, my brother. Fix your mic. While you're doing that, let me play the rest of the video.
At a young age, he got involved in the ivory slave trade. He led a group of about 100 men into Central Africa seeking slaves in ivory.
What did I just say? 100 men he led into Central Africa. And that's a lot of what we have. The Angola that we have, around the Cameroon, what is that? The Congo, all of that is in that area. So he led a man into Central Africa 100 men.
From the money he earned from his trading, he used it to set up 7 plantations. 7 plantations.
Stop. They had plantations in Africa? I didn't even see this part. You see, I was so angry at the first part, and I don't even think I shared the right clip. I thought I was sharing the clip where he was talking how they sold girls. But you mean to tell me this dude had 7 plantations in Africa? And we're going to act like we wasn't doing this to ourselves. We not going to take responsibility for what we taught, how we taught these people how to treat us. Icon Fire, are you working now? Is the mic working for you? Welcome to the conversation. Okay, guess not.
And he acquired 10,000 slaves.
I have to pause because this black man, Tipple Tip, was one of the biggest slave catchers and sellers to other races in Africa. How many slaves did he acquire, Amina? 10,000 slaves, y'all.
Mansa Musa had 12,000.
We celebrate these men. We're like, oh, he was the richest man that ever lived. Mansa Musa was rich because he was selling us. He was rich because he sold us. Tipple Tip was very rich and profitable in the slave trade. Nobody was better than him, they say.
And Mansa Musa, he used those slaves to dig up the gold. That's how he amassed his wealth. They were the labor.
He became very wealthy buying and capturing slaves. When Tip and his men would go to capture slaves, they would destroy their villages and rape up the black women. Rape them up. If they wouldn't give them the tusk, because you know the ivory comes from the tusk, and not give them any people to be slaves, he would tell them, you have to give us this in exchange of your life.
So this black man would go into these spaces with his people because based on his lineage, he had Bantu, he had Swahili, he was black. We were doing this to ourselves, yo. We were doing this to ourselves. I'm going to tell you guys a story. I saw a documentary by Louis Gates, and I was so fucking mad at him. Because he pointed this out maybe in 2019. I saw the documentary, and I hated that man ever since. I was like, he's such a coon. He's lying. No way did Africans sell Africans. No way did Africans could ever treat Africans as cruelly as those other people did it. We had our own system. It wasn't like that. I was so mad at him. I hated him. I felt like he was being a coon.
Because he was.
But was he telling the truth?
Partially.
Yeah, you're right. He was being a coon. He was playing it up to the... Or maybe he was just upset. Or maybe he just was like, I don't know. I know one thing, it makes me feel like, why? What is it? All right, let's go on. I'm sorry.
You know? So while y'all were over in Americas being all abused, this is what some of the stuff that was going down in Africa. Black men, and I could say biracial men speaking Arab, and maybe you can throw in maybe a little bit of some white Arabs in there, but a lot of them were from the Zanzibar region.
I'm zooming in, y'all. I'm zooming in and I'm looking at these men's faces. I think it's just the one man. That's Tipple Tip and different what? No, that's a different man right there in the middle. Those are 3 different men.
Mm-hmm.
I'm zooming in and I'm looking at their faces and I'm thinking, they were made fat.
Can I say something, Gina?
Because of what they did to our ancestors. They were made fat. Their relatives were made fat and comfortable because of what they did to our people. And not only to our people, but to our future. Because what they did not only impacted the people that were sold and taken across the oceans, but it impacted the continent and it impacted the people that remained. Because it weakened us. It opened up doors for other people to come in and do worse. Go ahead, Miss Speedy.
Yeah, to be honest, I think I will differ a little bit with the lady. I think a little bit because I think she's a bit, how do they say it in America? Is it overreaching or far a little bit?
Not lie. I looked at other documentaries. I went and did I did some reading on Tipple Tip. He was everything she's saying he was.
No, I agree. I agree about Tipotep.
So what do
But
you
I'm just saying
disagree?
that when she's trying to make it look like the entire Arab slave trade was because of the black men, you know, when if she was just talking, if she was talking about Tipotep, I would not disagree with anything. But when she's trying to now expand and make it look
He
like,
had 100 black men with him that was
yeah,
helping him do it. He had 100 black men with him. And I don't think she's saying every individual. She's just saying that when we talk about Arabs, we don't think of our own men. We don't think, when I used to say the Arabs were enslaving our people, I wasn't thinking the Arabs that look like me and you. I didn't think that.
yeah, then I think we should make it, we should be a bit specific and clear when we are talking about these things, that you don't say that it was, from what she's saying, it comes across as if she's making it look like the people that were both the mastermind, the instigator, and the people on the field were all black men. I'm not, I'm not, I'm not,
she's saying
I'm not disassociating the part that Tipo Tep and people like him played, including Mansamusa. I'm not, those people are there. But you don't make it look like it was all for them. He didn't capture those people to put under himself. He was selling to people that there was a demand. And you
Wait.
need to also
Did you not hear the part where he had 10,000 slaves working 7 plantations in Africa?
Yeah, that's wrong. Obviously,
I don't
that's
understand. You missed that part. What you just said again. He caught so many for himself that he couldn't work them. He didn't have any more room, so he started selling them.
We can see all that not to exclude the Arabs themselves. And why are we calling? The thing is that these people have never, even in Africa. I'm here in Africa, Gina. I'm in Africa, and we do not. Even in Kenya, I told you they have the Waarabu, the people they call Waarabu. You see, they are never black people. I don't know why we keep on trying to. Okay, there might be some mixture there, 1 or 2 mixtures,
No, we're
but
not talking about them. We're talking about Tipple Tip. Was he black? Do you look at this man and see a black man?
yeah, definitely it was black, and it's just the same thing we have right now going on.
Most Arabs today are not black because they've interbreeded and mixed themselves to be light. They still bleach. Arabs bleach because they don't want to be black, so they married only light people so they could become lighter. But back then, those were black Arabs.
But the Arabs we are talking about are not the people from Saudi Arabia and
we're
the
talking about
environs.
black Arabs that back then the Arabs were black. They started getting lighter, but they were always darker. You know that, right?
Yeah. But are you so? Is the point now that the
point
people in
is that
Saudi Arabia then?
It wasn't
were black?
another nation or race that was doing it to us. These people were our people.
Oh, that's the point.
They might have had maybe a percentage of European or a percentage of the Arabians, but that does not justify them doing what they're did to us. They had more percentage of black DNA and they still did this to us.
They have, but they are not our people. They are not. You can say we might share 1 or 2.
This man was a black man. These men, all 3 of them, are black men.
Yeah, but we can't say, okay, where did they take them to? You can't, okay, are you trying to say that there was not a trans-Sahara slave trade to the Arabia? I'm not talking about North Africa or East Africa. I'm talking about
These were the people that
Arabia.
was these were the people that were catching them to send them to Arabia. That's where he was sending his slaves to.
That's what I'm saying. That are we saying that the people
Them all
are
over
we
the
saying that
world.
are we saying that it's the black people that were in Saudi Arabia? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Nobody said
Are
that.
we saying
You're
that?
saying that. What I'm saying is that the people that was catching us, the ones that was giving us transit to how to get to Central Africa and showing them how to and speaking for them, that was us. That was
No,
us.
I'm not excusing that at all. In fact, I said it
I
that
don't know
our
why you're
people,
excusing any of it. You don't want her to
including
speak because you don't want her to say black men were involved.
no. Involved is okay. Involved is understandable because
Right.
even right now, as we are speaking, we
Mm.
still have some of these wannabe Arabs in West Africa. I don't want to mention their tribe, but we know some of us know who I'm talking about.
They're
That are
killing people
doing
all over the place because they feel like they're not black.
that they are doing the same bidding for these people till date. They just did
We can't
one.
justify them anymore, Miss Speedy. They're wrong. And we have
Yeah,
to shame them. We can't sit there and act like it's a fact that they're different. They're not different. They're black people doing these things to black people. Mansa Musa was a black
exactly,
man. He was a black
exactly.
man. These three men are black men. They were the biggest slave traders, catchers, killers in Africa.
That's true. That's true. I think my point was just that I was only trying to, she was. I think she, with the point she was trying to make, she now a bit went a little bit too wild by making it look, sound like she's saying that the entire slave trade thing was just within the black people.
No,
So
that's
that's
not what
where
she
I,
said. She didn't say that. She said
no, no, but that's what she's saying. That why we
she was
that is
addressing
she
general
mentioned
trade.
that is 5%
Let me
maybe European looking ones, and the others
No,
they are
it's
all
true though.
blacks.
In that time, it was like that. In that time, in Tipple Tip's time, only a few of them were looking different. Most of the Arabs that were doing the trading of the slaves and stuff looked like that. That's what she's saying, and that's facts.
No, no, where are they taking them to? Is the point I'm trying to make. Are you saying that the people in Saudi Arabia
To
and
be
the
honest with you, they were taking them where they could get money from. If they could take them to Nigeria and got paid, they would have taken them there. They didn't give a damn who they was selling them to. It doesn't matter who was doing the buying. It's the person doing the selling that we should be concerned. That's the problem. We sit here and we want to say who it's not them. We got to look at the person that was purchasing. No, it's the person that's taking me from my home, raping my daughters, killing my men, and then taking me and selling me to a different person. That's the person that was more wrong. That's the
are they,
person that was more wrong. The person that was profiting and the person that came to me that spoke my language, took me out of my situation savagely, put me in chains, put me in caves, put me in a boat and sold me. That person was just as wrong, even wronger. That person was even more wrong. That
yeah.
person was even more wrong than speed. Okay. Can we finish the clip? Because I don't want to. That's not right. You should know that person was more wrong. You should have that in your. The fact that you're questioning that you're making it seem like okay, the Europeans that was in the receiving end was more. No, we should be more responsible. These people were the ones coming to us, doing this to us. They look just like us. And that's what that white man was saying in that video. And I see now he was saying when he was saying how come we're making a big issue of who bought them? Why aren't we talking about who sold them? And it's true.
But it was taking them to the Arab world. They didn't take them to any other place,
Oh
at
my
least
God.
for the
Oh my God.
Arab slave trade. So it means that religion, that indoctrination.
That's Speedy. Where did I get my Kenya from then? Am I in the Arab world? Where did my Kenya come from? My
So
DNA
I mean,
from
there's.
Kenya.
I'm not.
We saw my timeline. I have at least 5 different genomes of Kenya. Where did that come from? Somebody was selling Kenyans to the transatlantic slave trade. Somebody was selling South Africans. How are our DNA now saying something else? Why is our DNA saying that we have Kenya, that we have South Africa, that we have your Ethiopia? Why is that saying that?
No, but yeah, I'm not excusing our people that.
Okay, so it was the slave trade. It doesn't matter where the slaves were going. South America, North America, East America, Zimbabwe. I mean, wherever he was taken, wherever, be it that they were the slaves that were sold to the Arabs or the slaves that were sold to the Atlantic, to the Americas, it was wrong. It was wrong. It doesn't matter where the slaves were being sold to. It was wrong. The fact that and it's not the person that's receiving the product. I mean, this person he came as a brother. He looked like me. He found his way. He taught other people how to get to me. He gave them insight on how to deal with me. He gave them the blueprint on how to get to us and take us and do whatever they wanted to do. He caught us. He put us in things until the ships came. He profited. Until we get to a place where we can take full responsibility of that, we some messed up people. Because you can't really control what other people do, but we have to control. We have to get to a place to position ourselves to understand what we've done, right or wrong. Yeah, she's angry. She's pretty angry at Black men in this video, but can you not understand why? Because in a woman's perspective, a man is supposed to protect you. A man is supposed to protect you. And in this case, these three men became fat off the hog of selling their own people.
And that's off the coast of Tanzania. So I highly doubt most of them were white. But yeah, they were over there raping up Black women, Congolese women, and other Black women from different areas. In fact, Tipu Tip was friends with some Europeans and formed an allegiance with them that even some of his Arab comrades had a problem with. Tipu Tip was also working for the Sultan of Zanzibar. The Sultan of...
Look at the Sultan. Yeah, you could tell he got a little admixture in him. But do you think, you see, this is still happening today. And this is a part that I'm uncomfortable with. There are Africans in Africa, just because they got a little bit of a straight nose that tells them that some European went through their line, that they don't consider themselves African. So this man that you see right here with his head wrapped up, he would not consider himself a Bantu. So he would take a Bantu and sell them. He wouldn't consider himself a Congolese or whatever, Yoruba or whatever. He would just, because it wasn't his, because he's Black, but he don't care. He had no care for his own people.
No, then we shouldn't say he's our own, because I think we need to stop saying that the Black gene is stronger than every. Because if this man is not seeing himself as part of us, we should not see him as one of us. That's why we are talking about some of these guys still doing the same thing in some parts of the continent. They feel like they have some link with these people. Then there's no point for us calling them as part of us. I'm seeing them. I mean,
the thing about it is, y'all say that they're not them, but the AU have them sitting up in the AU as if we want Africa. And when an African come with the same DNA as you and say, hey, can I have a seat? The AU says no. When the Haitians came, they didn't give them a seat. But these Arabs, these Arabians, and some of them are damn near Europeans, all have seats. So that really means nothing to me, because I hear all day that they're not our people, but they got the best seats in the house.
I'm here now. Thank you.
Icon, welcome to the discussion. Tell me what you think. Love you, then, Speedy. Thank you for bringing that. I disagree with you on this one, man. I think we need to. I think Black men should be mad at Black men at this point.
Thank you, Empress.
Go ahead, Fire.
Thank you, Amina, and respect to my brother.
You're welcome, Icon.
I want to say this, man. white people is to be blamed for a lot of things. But white people wasn't racist one time. White racism is so ingrained in Arabs and the Muslim population. It's unreal. It's like when I hear Somali people speaking and some Arabic black people speaking, I'm like, how they know how to be racist? It's because they are the originators of racism. You feel me? It's so ingrained in the East. It's like it's normal. They speak about black people in derogative ways, in jokes, easily. It just slip off their tongue. As soon as you see them, it's because they didn't speak English. But now some of them speak in English. You can hear the discrimination towards black people in their language, in the way they speak. They have all type of names for our here. Jarir. They call our here Jarir. You feel me? They I'm telling you, all of them have discriminative words for black people. We Africa is in a terrible position, and I think only force Pan-African education can be the solution. Only through generations this thing can change, and it's by enforcing a Pan-African Black liberation um, curriculum in all the Arab world, in Africa, forcefully. Who don't want it have to die. You feel me?
No die
And-
words on here. I don't want to be flagged.
Excuse me. Sorry. You feel me? Have to be disregarded. That's how I see it. I mean, like, these people are so savage. Listen. These Arabic black people, they are so savage.
But
The only way
John, let me ask you something. They're in the position, they're standing here in their position. They've been like this with us forever. Why are we still thinking that what are we getting that, because they're not being,
there's a trick going on.
I mean, I'm in America. I go to a store where they are, let's say I go to a gas station or something. You can see how they look at us, the way they look at us. Put a 1 in the comment section if you see what I'm talking about. When you go around them, don't they look at you in a way that makes you feel a certain way? Like if they could, they would.
And we still call them our people.
Section, if you know what I'm talking about, please, because it's not just me. I know. Look at us, and they look at them.
Yeah, but this is what I have to say. Right? If we don't start distinguishing enemies, friends, because we have a problem. We black people have a problem. You always hear us talking about our friends, but you never hear us really pointing at enemies. Like, they are enemies and they are enemies. It's like most of us acting like we don't have enemies.
We don't have no enemies. I
You
come
know?
by. We don't believe we have enemies. We don't believe it. And you know what? I don't want to even talk about enemies. I want to ask us: Do we consider ourselves as friends? Because to be honest with you, enemies is people will have enemies, but do we like ourselves? Do we like ourselves? Because if we like ourselves, like I said, there are certain things that go into place when you like yourself.
Yeah, but Gina, you see, you have to have an understanding to our people. These things is not normal. It was taught to us, and still to find the right road is still not what you'd call it. Um, it's not like a breast, a titty. See me? It's not like a baby and a titty. It's not the same thing. To see the right, you actually have to be taught the right. You see me? Because after you come off the titty, you are neutral. When I say neutral, it's like you it's like even the tribes are the indigenous tribes in Africa is neutral. They are like babies. You see me? It's like this. It's like this. When you are a baby, you are neutral as to what road to take. You see me? So mama have to teach you the road. You see me? Because your brain hasn't developed enough to formulate the direction for your own self. You see me? So that's where they catch us. That's where they catch us. You have some of us is good, right? And then some other person like you do you some wickedness. You be like, oh my gosh, I thought we was good people. You feel me? So even that will change you. Even these things will change you. Will change your love and your loyalty. You feel me? So this is what I have to say is like we have to get a correct teaching in general. Because as long as you have I'm teaching wickedness towards black people and you teaching good towards black people, it's gonna be controversial. It's still gonna be controversial because my generation gonna come up doing wickedness to black people and they're black. You feel me? And doing it to you who is trying to keep a normalcy in the black world. My generation is trying to do you harm. So it's like until you catch my generation and make them get rid of my evil teaching, you feel me? It will never change.
Let's stop right here, Icon. I want to thank you. I like what you said. Everything you said, I agree with. I'm not out here trying to be honest with you, it's about, like you said, it's about us changing ourselves. That part I agree with 100%. We have to make the changes but to be specific about the situation. Why would you sit at a table with, I can't get over the fact that why are we sitting at a table eating with people that we know want to eliminate us? It doesn't mean, they should be existing. That's true. But we sit there and we know how they feel about it. They look at you, they treat you with contempt, and yet you're still sitting there like, I cannot get over, and I will repeat this all throughout this discussion. We have African leaders, all of them denied entry to Haiti to join the AU. But they turn around and open the door for Israel, and they open the door for all of North Africa. A bunch of people that treat them like, come on now. These people are not even, they're looking at you like they just want you to disappear so they could spread their territory. But hey, okay, I'm not going to get into, I'm going to let Miss G have an opportunity to say something, and then I'm going to go back into the clip. Go ahead, Miss G. Welcome to the discussion. Thank you. I kind of missed you. Tell me what you think about what you've heard so far, or what you wanted to come back in and say. Your mic is off, Miss G.
The thing I want to really say is that right now we're missing the point of the Arabs in Africa, because we're not talking about it, and it's silent, and they have a plan, and their plan is working. 80% of Africans, okay, is part of Islam. Okay, they went into Ghana the other day, and they gave like, they give like $200 million to Ghana. Okay, they have a plan to come back in, but they're doing it silently, calmly, and they're using the religion of Islam.
They can't do it as boldly because they know America and all those other places are gunning for that space as well. So they're buying time.
But they're not worried about that. They are doing it with the language. They are doing it with the religion. They are silently, they're buying up the factories, they're having businesses, they're getting married, they establish there. They are doing it silently, and they're going to do something. And people are ignoring this. It's not something to be ignored. I've been watching this for the longest while. Because they have the money. Yeah.
And where are they getting all this money from?
Yeah, but they have the oil. Do you ever think?
Oh, do
you ever think for a minute, right? That the Arabs are buying arms from the US. Okay? What are they going to be doing with all these arms? What are they doing with all the arms?
Protecting themselves from us. And
so I don't understand that they are actually silent right now, but they're working on an agenda that they have in Africa. And if we're not careful, we are looking at America, we are looking at China, but it's not America or China. It's the Arabs we need to be looking at. They were the first ones that put our ancestors into slavery. And I'm going to guarantee you they're coming back.
And they've never
But nobody's talking about this.
Miss G, they were the first, and they ain't never stopped.
And they never paid for it.
And they have never stopped. And that's the part.
Right, but the thing about, and the thing about
Somebody
it,
needs
if
to
you
give me
look
the power.
in the northern part of Ghana right now, in Tamale, Tamale right now in Ghana, the Arabs are eating up the lands. They own the factory up there for the shea butter, and they doing a lot up there. And everybody think it's okay, but it's not okay because they have a plan. I know two brothers right now in the north part and Tamale. They have that shea butter factory. They're buying up all the shea butter, and they're sending it out to the west.
Let me ask you something.
And nobody else is up there.
Do Arabs use shea butter?
They don't use shea butter. It's just a business for them.
No.
It's just a business.
They don't use it like everybody else. They're sitting.
They don't use it.
They're stealing from us and they're selling it.
Yeah, they don't. Right, they don't use it. It's just a business for them. It's just money making.
And hold on.
Instead of Africa making sure that it connects itself to the Caribbeans, to the African Americans, and to wherever else we're at, and making sure that these things, these goods that they have are being sold through their children, to their children, from their children. They're sitting there feeding the Chinese, feeding the Europeans, feeding the Arabs, feeding all other nations to sell back to us, steal from us, sell back to us. Come on. Why aren't you communicating? Or why aren't we linking up with the Caribbeans or the African Americans or the Brazilians or wherever, to make sure that these, if you have, let's say, shea butter to sell, that you make sure that they get it and they sell it back to themselves, if that's the case. No, you're giving it to other people So other people could go sell it back to you. They're stealing it from you for cheap and selling it back to you high price, because the you that they're selling it back to is your children. That's ridiculous.
Okay, but do you realize something? Do you realize something with Islam? Do you realize something with Islam?
Go ahead. And then we got to go back to the clip, but go ahead. You said, do you realize something?
Okay, what I was just saying, I know you're going to go back to the topic real quick. Let me just finish this. If we don't realize something, right? The West is showing us how they behave. Okay? The West is out there with it. The West is open with it. Okay? They're not hiding it. But with the Arabs, they are silently. I need y'all to take a look at this real good. Okay? I have brothers in Ghana, and let me tell you something. You cannot tell them. They practice their tradition. They hold on their tradition, but they hold on to the Islamic like their heart, soul, body, and mind. It's everything. You cannot tell them, oh, you stop practicing Islam. You can't tell them that, but they still practice their tradition. Okay? It's a hold on the African people. And we are looking at the West, but I'm saying this again. The West right now is not our problem. The West already know where we're going. They know what they're after. Okay? Islam, the Arabics, they are coming in. They are slightly moving. I need you to take a investigation on this. Look into it deep. They're moving. They are buying arms. What are they going to do with these arms? Okay? They're not going to fight their own brothers. So who they coming for?
Miss J, do you know that?
Okay,
Sorry,
who they
Gina,
coming for?
Go
ahead.
Do you know that recently the minister, no, not the minister, the special advisor to the president of Nigeria on media and all that, I think he's a senior. Do you know what he said when a lot of the, shall I say, southern and central Nigerian people were pushing back against all these extremists? He said, let me call them terrorists, not just extremists. He said that it's either, that is a minister, government minister, that it's either your land or your life. That if they come and they want your land, give them your land so that you don't lose your life. That's what somebody in government said. So the thing is that these people, like what ICANN was saying, that we need to educate them and all that. Unfortunately, your education cannot eradicate their, how do I put it, their identity, because they've made these people identify with this religion. I'm telling you, they breathe. That's the only thing they know, because it
That's what
starts
I'm
from
saying.
their parents. Their parent has passed it down to them from these people.
And passed it on.
Many of them did not even go to English speaking schools. They can speak Arab word for word. They pray in. You need to understand the way their religion, the dynamics is different. Don't look at it as a Christian, because in the Christianity you can have a Yoruba that will do Christianity in his own way.
So you mean English speaking school is better?
And another thing is, they have
Listen to what I'm
the
saying
after
first
class
before
in
you-
Nigeria. They don't have it in
I'm
the
telling
schools.
you-
They have the after class. They have the special schools in Nigeria
If
that
you
you
don't
pay to
want
go
English
and learn
speaking
Arabic.
school,
The kids.
if you don't want English speaking school, then why can't you speak your own mother tongue? Now these people pray in Arabic that is not their mother tongue.
Right.
You understand? So you need to understand how they move, how they indoctrinate themselves. So it's not the same way whereby you can just easily come out and form your own idea. You can't form your own ideas. You can't form your own ideas.
But you blaming them for speaking
And let me
Arabic
say
though.
something.
You speaking
Let me say
English.
something. Let
You
me
go
say
to
something.
English school, they go to Arabic.
Yeah, but let me say something. You know the crazy thing about all this, okay? We are calling our own ancestral languages dialects. It's not a dialect. It's a language that our ancestors spoke. Why we call it English? Okay? English, which is whatever they use, because I'm speaking it, but I'm calling my mother language, my ancestral language, a dialect. We need to stop these things. It's not a dialect. It's our ancestral language. It's what they spoke. They need to stop these things. Oh, we have 15 dialects, and it's not a dialect. It's a language that they spoke. Okay? It's from the originators, from the ancestral. And we need to wake up. And I'm telling you, that Islam is working underneath. By the time you're looking another maybe 10 years from now, the entire African continent is going to be speaking
I think
Arabic.
Islam and Christianity are both doing a job on us, man. Different jobs, but
Listen, Christianity right now, Gina, Christianity right now is to the lowest of the lowest. Christianity
telling
right
you,
now is the lowest to the lowest.
we have to stop comparing the both as the same. Christianity, you can form your own
It's
identity.
the Islam
in
that's
it.
taken over. It's Islam.
okay, so one person at a time. So everybody put
But
yourselves
you
on
blaming
mute.
Arabic is a language. It's not.
Jude, do you have another channel?
Sorry,
on?
Gina. Can I say something real quickly?
Sure.
No, I don't think so. Can you hear any voice?
Or you mute the
Can you hear me?
background YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have any background. But what I was trying to say is, I mean, we sit and judge, people from the north speaking Arabic, right? It's the same thing. Us ourselves from the south speak English, and they blame us as well. So you cannot stop someone from speaking a colonial language, which is Arabic, and you doing the same. If you want to put people on the same playing ground, you want to take out English and take out Arabic and go with an African language. That would be far better than saying by next years to come, the whole Africa is going to be speaking Arabic. I mean, if you are speaking English and then they speak Arabic, who's better? You that speak English or the person that speak Arabic? So I kind of like not really want to judge people, but I feel like the whole African continent, we are in a deep problem, and we don't feel like it because we always trying to blame the next person, of which we ourselves are the problems, right? The Europeans come and do this to us. They give us this language, they give us this education, but we consume it. We know that it's wrong, but we consume it. They give us this religion, we know it's wrong, but we take it. They gave us this. What are they supposed to give us that? I mean, if we are good enough, we should know what is right and wrong, and make our own decisions, right? So, I mean, it's just we have to sit up. It's gonna be a point in time in Africa where it's gonna be more chaos. This is even far less. It's just we take people that are not our brothers and call them brothers. And people that are supposed to be our brothers, we don't take them as brothers. So it's just it's more lesser now. Things are gonna get more worse, and brothers gonna be talking to brothers, killing brothers. It's gonna happen. It's just we just pray that the way it is, Africa should. I don't know, man. It's just this unity, like you keep saying. I've always come to this channel, and every time I talk about Africa, they say, "Oh, but you talk this and that." It's just this unity everywhere. And some people think they are better off than other people. Just because you speak English, you are not better off than somebody that speaks French. Or a person that speaks French is not better off than somebody that speaks Arabic. We are all colonized. Why the other people were colonized with Muslim and Arabic, we were colonized by English and the Christian Bible. And none of us are using the African language. None of us are using the African religion. And we just sit and say, "Oh, Arabic is taking over," and this is, but you forgot that you are speaking English and you're a Christian as well. So, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
let me come in there and say this to you, brother. Let me just clarify this for a minute. I was born in the Caribbean. Okay, I live in the U.S. and I learned to speak three. because I would be living in Ghana. And I'm not going to Ghana and I don't speak a fluent language because that's my right. It's not my privilege, it's my right. Okay? English was forced onto me. Okay?
And you have to take it.
I'm
It
just
was
saying,
forced onto you.
I'm just
What I'm
saying,
saying is, right.
let me finish, please. I'm just saying, I'm looking at what's actually happening with the Arabs. We always colonized. Okay? Even America was colonized.
Right, of course.
Okay? So when we talk about colonization, colonization went right around the world.
Right. So
Okay?
what did I say? What did
I'm
I say that
speaking
is not
English
wrong?
because I was taught to speak English. I also, which in another sense, I don't use the word dialect, but just to make the understanding, I also speak Creole because part of my
Right.
ancestry is Creole from
I have
Haiti,
your point.
coming down from Guinea.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, instead of blaming Arabic people speaking Arabic, you have the same problem as we're speaking a language that is not yours. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not
You
saying
know.
it was blaming. Okay, let me end this.
Yeah, but
because
that's not what I was saying. I'm saying look into it. I wasn't blaming them speaking it. I said look into it.
I'm talking about
Look
the other
into what's
border.
going
That's
on in Africa. 80% of Africans speaks Arabic. It's Islamic. That's what I was saying. And if they continue, is what will happen.
You know, sorry, Miss
right. I
G.
mean, what will happen has already happened.
One moment. I don't want to really get stuck on this language thing too long. One moment.
No, it's not about even language.
Oh, wait, Miss Speedy. I have Miss G. I have Power Yambe, Rakoya. They joined. I want to finish this clip, but I want them to say what they want to say, and then we could finish the clip, and then we can get back. I just want to get through this.
Thank you.
I only wanted to say one final thing, but
go ahead, Miss Speedy.
Yeah, sorry. You know, sorry. I'm in the continent. I'm in Africa. You see, the only thing we are looking at here is not all these things. Jude saying colonize. We have moved past that. We have accepted that. Okay, there's this thing. What we are looking at right now here is the immediate threat, which is our security,
right.
and that is what we are looking at right now. And we are telling you, the people, that look at what is happening even in my home country. Do I need to say it? Even the one that happened last week, you know. So the security is the problem, and these people. I'm not saying generally the extremists or the terrorists that are, using that avenue. You can see what they are doing, and they feel like they are doing the right thing. So which one is threatening us the most right now? That is what we are facing. It doesn't matter who colonized you and which language you speak.
But
Which one?
the thing that happened in Nigeria also happened in the state.
It happened in the state.
Let's do this. It doesn't matter where it happened. It's something that and I'm sure if it happened in the States, they're finding ways to get control of it. We need to get control of it. That's what we're saying.
But what the brother is saying is, because I knew what happened in Nigeria, right? He's trying to blame the Muslims for attacking the church. You know, I mean, you don't blame the people, but you blame a religion.
Jude, they don't make false wild assertions or false statements. I'm not blaming the Muslims.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't tell you I'm blaming the Muslims.
I'm putting everybody on mute for a minute because we're going into the debating portion before we even finish the clip. And I told you I didn't want to do this. Now you're getting into something bigger. The shooting, what's happening in Africa and what's happening in the States. That's a big one right here, because you know what? It is the same thing. It is the same. Jude, your echo. You got an echo thing that I don't understand why it's like that when your mic is on, but keep it off while I'm talking, please. Okay, so this is the thing that's happening in the state and what happened in Africa. Yeah, you're right. It's about the same. There's something happening where people are snapping and doing, but it's not like one person going into a thing and they're snapping and we have an organizational thing going on the continent. As far as that's concerned, and that's what makes it a little different. But I don't want to stay on there too long. We could go back to that. I just
Well,
want to get to.
can I
I
say
just want
something, Gina?
some people
Can
an
I?
opportunity to speak. I really do. Please, it's not fair. We have Power Yumbe, we have Rakoya, and I want to finish the clip. So, based on what I said, just write a note. We're gonna get back to it. What I'm saying is, and you could write this down. The shootings that are happening here are one-off. I don't know if they're being triggered by frequency that is being done by greater forces, or if it's individual snappage or hitting or whatever, or if it's but in Africa it seems like it's more of a structure type.
But you are not gonna say Christians are killing people.
No, I'm not saying Christians are not. I'm not saying that it's just nobody said it was just Muslims right here. That's not what I just said.
Right, but in Nigeria they will say Muslims. That's the thing.
It seems like they have a. Okay.
Judy, don't you know how to use
When he
YouTube? You're
starts
always
talking, his
bouncing
thing
up.
is echoing. It just messes
You're
up.
always echoing. Can't you mute the background
Please, do
whatever
this.
you're
Messing
listening?
up my whole thing. Okay, so let me do this. I'm not going to talk about that no more because I really want to get in. I want to repeat. I'm going to welcome Power Yumbe. Welcome Rakoya. I've missed you guys. Happy to see you on here. Quickly. If let me know if it's okay if I play the clip before I let you guys go on, or if you have something pressing. Go ahead, Powwow. I think you came in first.
Yes, hello, Sister Jenna. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, I miss you badly, my sister.
Why did you? All of you. I've missed all of you so much.
Yeah, sister, the other sister, we just brought this subject about the threat we are facing in Africa. She's bang on a point. No, I've been trying to raise this concern, in the previous discussion. At the moment, my sisters and brothers, if you want to know what's happening, or the biggest threat in Africa, you have to look at 3 countries in Africa: Nigeria, Congo, and Kenya. These 3 countries are fundamental, and if you look, they have the current, or the same common denominator: Islamic terrorism, Islamic supremacy. I don't know if it's the right term, but we do face it. It's real. It is real, my sister. In Angola, they have basically taken over the country. They have influence, but when I say influence, it's like total control. Not total, but a lot of control in the highest echelon of the country. They are dominating all the commerce. They just go and challenge my sisters and brothers. It's real. I'm really glad. Jude, calm down, Jude. You're not in Africa. I'm telling you from my own experience what we are seeing in Africa. I remember last year when Congo was on lockdown, they decided to have this massive gathering, and the police went to break up the crowd, and they killed the police. They killed the police. All the police, like not only the police, they went there, but they went to the police quarter, burning everything, killing the police in Congo, in Kinshasa. And they were unpunished. And now tell me, how can we even try to think that we are okay to live with them?
But what about the Christians that are doing the same thing with the shootings and killing people? I mean,
where? Tell me where.
Where and for what ideology?
In the state is happening.
No, we are talking about Africa, my brother. We are talking about the threat in Africa. In the state, you have these extremists, but they're not existential threat. They're not there to take over America. But what we are facing in Africa, Bantu, is they have this plan to take over. And no. The worst thing, my sisters and brothers, the worst thing is like they see us as inferior, as animals.
Come on, Power Yombe. Come on. Come on,
It's
Power
true.
Yombe. They are
It's
Africans.
true.
I mean,
Listen,
are they Angolans or they are from foreign countries? Those people that you call, they are Angolans, right? The Muslims.
No, they're not Angolans.
Can I do
Where are they
this?
from?
Okay, Jude, one moment. Okay, let me. Paul Yumbe, I agree with you. If this is how he feels, this is what he's seeing. He got to speak his truth, Jude. Let's. I want to welcome real quick because I really want to get back into this clip. And then yeah, let's welcome Rakoya.
Hi everyone, can everyone hear me?
Yes, welcome Rakoya. Welcome.
Hi, it's been a long time. I've just not been able to catch up. I'm so busy building and traveling on the
I'm
continent.
so happy for you, sis. I'm just very excited for you.
Yeah, we're doing things, and eventually it will all come to light. We're working really hard and trying to build this bridge that we've been talking about, make it real.
I'm happy
So
to hear it. I'm happy.
soon I'll launch it and it will be online and we'll have all these conversations and everybody gets to know who Rokoya really is.
I'm just excited for you. This is wonderful.
Yeah, thank you all.
Tell
Thank
me
you.
what you think about what we're talking about.
I may be, I mean, it's been running for a while, so I may be off tangent, but I want to address what is being talked about right now. Okay. I think that clearly there's something going on in Africa, and I don't really perceive things the way it's being discussed because there's powerful forces currently trying to shape geopolitics of the world, and Africa is their staging ground. So while it's very interesting that we're talking about the Islamic threats and the terrorism, which is the buzzword everybody is talking about, nobody is talking about where are these people coming from? Who is funding these people? Why is it so important that these people have become a convenient tool to try to reshape Africa? These so-called terrorists, these are Muslims who have lived in Africa for years, and I'm neither for Muslim or for Christian. They all can go to whatever as far as I'm concerned. I'm looking at African people because it's African people who are doing this to each other.
That's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said.
Going out there and bombing and killing, they're not white people. They're people in our communities who have been brainwashed or adopted a religion that is being exploited. Same as what happened in Pakistan, in the madrasas, when these people suddenly found it convenient to go and Muslims were bombing Muslims. So I don't like conversations in which we try not to think beyond the obvious. There is something happening. There is a role that China is playing. There's a role that America is playing. And France, dirty little France, is losing ground all over in its colonies. So it's also funding and creating all kinds of mess. Africans, please, we must stop being such simpletons. We have brains to think on earth what is really going on.
Right.
And I will leave it at that for now until I've heard more of the conversation and watch this video. It isn't so much pointing fingers at the Muslims and they say, well, the Muslims want to take over our lands. That is what the Christians want to do too. Look at what's going on in Ghana, my homeland.
Exactly.
Please be
Exactly.
quiet and let me finish. Look at what's going on in Ghana. The government is putting up a cathedral, $300 million to put up a cathedral. In their simple mind, they're thinking we're upstaging the Muslims. But to me, this is really causing more problems because now it becomes an irrational religious thing. I am going to save the land for my God. So we should stop being so simple. It really irks me when we talk and we follow talking points of people who don't have Africans' interest. It is Africans doing this to themselves. And because we're not thinking, we're not thinking. So I'll leave it right now, and then when people talk, I'll come back because I want to listen to the flow. Thank you
Thank
all.
you, Rokoya.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna say something real quick. You just stated, thank you, sister, for that. You just stated that they did the cathedral, right? And the king of Saudi Arabia came back. Okay, came back with over $300 million to Ghana 2 months ago. So that's what I'm talking about. The same thing just happened. They built in the cathedral, and the king of Saudi Arabia came back and put in over $300 million into Ghana again. So this is the fight that is going on.
So that means the Christians are taking over Ghana, right?
Why are you making
It's
ignorant
just a mess.
statements, my friend?
It's simple-minded
why can't
Africans who don't understand the importance of their continent and the fact that we must hurry up and unite our forces. We must stop talking this French, English, Russian, whatever, Muslim,
Thank you,
Christian.
sister.
It is all bogus. They want our
Thank
lands.
you.
They want to come back and take over, and they're doing whatever they can. And we haven't learned a thing from history. Whose God is it anyway? Did our forefathers call Allah or call Christ? Did they not survive for thousands of years? So why is it that suddenly we have this desire to please the interests of other people, and we're not even bright enough to see that we're being used again? That's my thing.
I
Yes,
think we are just
Sister Rokoya,
mixing up some
can
of
I
these
just say
things.
something quickly, please?
Look at this thing from the
Please.
direction of immediate threats and insecurity, and forget about all this colonialism language. We can't solve all that now. It's too late. In fact,
There is no insecurity. The insecurity is being created by your own people. It is Africans who are creating insecurity for other Africans. Why can't we talk to each other? Why they know the people who are doing this? Trust me, they know who is doing this in Nigeria. There are satellites in the air that can pick, that they can hit sensor anybody who moves.
Exactly.
The technology is there. So why are we not following? Why are we not demanding it? Because there are people in Nigeria who want to see Nigeria divided. So that's what they're doing, and they're using the people, and the people often are so dumb they fall into it. It is the Christians that are doing this. Is the Muslims. It is in none of them. It is your own people.
About Christian. No, I think we are making blanket statements. We are not.
I am making blanket statements because it is the truth.
We are not
Stop, listen, and think.
We are not actually addressing this from the way the people on ground are feeling. Nobody in Nigeria is maybe having issues with the Muslim people. Everybody have a close Muslim friend and all that. We are not looking at it that way. I think you guys are getting it wrong. What we are looking at is this: the terrorists among wherever they come from, even if they are, as long as if they are from a particular religion or if they profess to be from a particular religion, we cannot shy away from that. We'll say it as it is. But the major problem,
let me ask you a question. You're Nigeria, right?
The major problem is this: these people that are causing this insecurity, whether they are being used by whoever or from wherever, we have to be able to point them out. If they are, we have to be able to confront them. That why are you allowing yourself
So
to
let
be
me ask
used?
you a question. I have a question for you. Listen to me
them.
1 minute. I have a question. My question is this:
Christianity. When is the last? When has it ever?
Listen.
I have a question, and you won't listen to my question.
When have any Christian from the south?
That's Speedy. What's going on, baby? What's going on?
I have a question, and the question is simply this.
One question.
The people in Africa, right? I've lived in Nigeria for many years. I lived on the west part in Ibadan for many years. In Africa, no new person comes into a community and is not known. You can't just come into every person who comes into a small group. Listen, the moment you come in, you pack your. We are nosy. We know what's happening in everybody's backyard. That is just the way Africa is. When you move into a place, unless you live in some forest somewhere, even in the forest, the farmers, they see people who have camped, they come into the town, they talk. Who's out there? So these people who come, They don't come out of nowhere. It is people within the community who are being used. So we have to, that's what he's saying. We need to engage each other. Where did these people come from? They didn't just appear, because the way Africa is, our cultural overdependence on each other means that when somebody, even when you are in your house and you hear kukuru across the road, you are poking your nose to see who's over there. We know a lot about each other, but it's because they are politicians and people who are using these people. So the information that is coming from the ground is being disregarded. I tell you, if the Nigerian authorities want to know who these Boko Haram people are, when they come into Ondo, they come into as whatever they masquerade themselves to be as Fulani herdsmen or what, the moment they arrive into a community, everybody knows we have strangers here. That is just the way it is. And I
You're
dare
right.
you to tell me whether I'm wrong or not.
You're right, but
Ah,
why are we
so
not
you told
talking
me that
about?
you can't say what I'm saying.
You're
Nazbit,
right,
let me say
but why?
something. Nazbit,
You're
Nazbit, let
right,
me say
but
something,
why?
please.
Oh my
Let me
God,
say
I want to
something.
just like.
Let me say something. Calm down, brother. Let me say something.
Wait, let me just say make something
Oh
to
God. Oh
Rekoya, so
yeah, go
that she
on then. Go
doesn't,
on.
so that the chain of thought
Okay, I'm
doesn't.
about to say something real quick. This video's been on for 5 hours. I'm about to do something. I hope you guys jump right back on. It has to go off. And I have to pop on another one. It's going to be like 5 minutes, and then I'll be right back. Because it's timed. And so this one's about to get off. Everybody just stick around and just log back on. I'm about to pull it up right now. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
This was a great discussion. This was about my DNA. We're turning it into something else right now, but I'm in here for too long, 5 hours. That's the max with this thing that I'm signed on to. So I'm gonna cut this out, and then I want you guys to log back on. Everybody in the comment section, get ready to share this video that I'm about to start, y'all, because it's about to be, we're going to get in tonight. I haven't been on here with you guys for a minute, but this is a very important and interesting conversation. What's happening in Nigeria? What's happening in the Congo? What's happening and what else? So many spaces right now that this is happening in. And Jude mentioned something. He said, "Oh, this is happening everywhere." But no, in Africa, it's a little different. We're going to get into that as well. I want to say, you guys, I'm sorry I'm cutting this off, but I'm about to start another one, okay? So give me like 5 minutes and log back on, and we can finish this conversation. Don't forget where you were at. All right? Love you guys. I'll be right back. Give me a minute to close this one out.